Hey, hello, thank you, Jenny. What was that? What was that? Sent TGIF? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jenny. That was so kind. Amanda, hello. Yay, hey friend, hey, what's up? Well, hello, what's up, Ralph? You're early tonight. Yes, we got a lot to cover. Um, I've been thinking about these recaps on how to do these recaps in a more efficient way, or should we like get to chapter 20 and then kind of reset everything? But we I mean, when you factor in these recaps, oh man, it's crazy. Hello, Sandy. What's up, Respiratory? What's up, Jackie? Hello, Jules. Bible? Yes, Bible. Bible. Hello, TK. How you doing? Temiteo Turquoise. Hello, Abby. I'm scrolling on up. Good to see you guys. Just getting started. Hello. You seem very in your thoughts. Yes. Always. Always in my thoughts. Hello, Abby. How you doing, Barb? How are you? Are you doing okay? Hopefully you're feeling okay at least. Um, hopefully everything is okay. Matson, holler. Yes, it's an actual Christian. What? I don't know what that means. But yes, I am. KB, hello. I love the recap so dang much, but I do get it. It's long. It's a lot to go over every time. It's not necessarily that. It's just I never want to come across as redundant, and I know the recaps help, and so I just need to tell myself that. And so if I keep on asking those questions throughout time, you'll just have to keep on reminding me, because I know it's good for everybody, and myself included. But sometimes I'm like, is this a lot? Or people like just get to the point already, or is it just where's the fast forward button? So that's just the thoughts that's going through my mind. What's up, Gary? You just got bananaed. I almost said it from an atheist stream. Interesting. Hanging in there. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're here, Barb. I'm glad you're here. Um, Thanks for the positive feedback. Hey, Walking by Faith. Thank you. Thank you for the those flowers. Those are very kind. Thank you so much. You guys know you don't got to do that. Come on. What's up, Mark? Good to see you, man. Um, God is good. So good. Right, Melly? My goodness. I mean, just oh, so good. I mean, Melly has found that in her life. I don't know if she would mind if I said that, told people your story, but I think it's really neat. So I won't say anything unless you give me the green light, and then I can kind of give the clip notes. Hello, Sheena. Good to see you. Hi, Sheesh. What's up, Katarina? Man. Um, Hey, Mark. How was not at all? Okay, cool. Yeah, Mark. How was Pastor Sam's live? Were you in there for quite a bit? But yeah, no, Melly had a pretty neat situation happen where she was pretty stinking stressed about going back to school. She wants to be a nurse, and so she was stressing about going back to school, and for financial reasons, and how do you make it work in life with children, and you know the house and food and her husband, and balancing all of that kind of stuff. And then on top of all that, the financial pressure, because it's a lot of money. And so she ends up going in, she talks to the financial advisor, and then they basically tell her that she's going to be able to go to school for free. And that was like, that was a pretty neat thing. That was very, very impactful for her. That was a huge blessing, and she was just lit up. And so she still probably is lit up about that entire thing. And so now she's taking 2 classes a semester or a quarter. I don't know which one it is, semester or quarters, but so now she's going to be navigating those waters. But very, very neat stuff. Hey, thank you, Walking by Faith, for those. I appreciate that. Yeah, you can jump on really quick. That's fine. Um, Come on up. Um, Here you go. I sent you.
Hello.
What's up, girl?
What's up? God bless everybody out here. Hello, hello. I'm gonna try not to cry, but I'm telling you, God is just so awesome because everyone, my church family, my family, y'all, everyone was just helping me pray. I knew that this is what I wanted to do, and I had asked God, God, if this is the time you want me to, to do this, I'm gonna do it. But start opening doors to kind of just let me know that this, right now, this is the season for me to do this. And he started opening doors. My husband got promoted at work. Yay. A little more money. Yay. Because I'm not working. It's a one income household. Um, his job will potentially allow him to work from home a couple days a week. Yay. Won't have to look for daycare for the little one while I have classes. Um, but long story short, when I went to apply in January, because even though I wasn't going to start until the fall, they told me do it early. So I went early, filled out all the paperwork. The computer spit out a big fat zero. No, you're not going to get anything. And I was like, okay. I was like, God, I don't know where the money's coming from, but you do you. I'm doing my part, so you work it out. So I called, I think it was like a month ago. I spoke with the financial advisor, and he said, we don't have your numbers yet or the FAFSA stuff for the fall folks yet. We've got for, the spring, but not for fall. So I was like, okay. So he's like, when you come in and speak with the nursing advisor to set up your classes and stuff, give me a ring back. So I actually physically went over to the college and I sat with her and we kind of, laid out how I'm going to do the classes and everything. And she goes, oh, just walk over to financial aid, they don't even need an appointment. I was like, okay. I walked in there and she goes, I was like, I just spoke with the advisor and she kind of laid out the classes. I was like, she says, I've got to have payment by August 1st. So I was like, how do I do this? How do I fill out the paperwork for financial for the student loans? Because I was just like, I don't think that I'm going to be able to fund it. She goes, what's your name? She goes, no, we're cutting you a check. I said, wait a minute, what? I was like, what? What do you mean you're cutting me a check? I was like, I didn't give you guys any money. What do you mean? So she goes, no, your classes totaled. Well, the FAFSA came back that you were approved for 2600. Your classes are only 22, so we're going to cut you a check for the difference and you can use that for books, for tutoring. And I literally in the office just was crying, and all these four girls were looking at me like, are you okay? I was just like, God is just so good. I was God is just so good.
That
And
is
I was
very
just
cool.
like, you just don't even understand. I came here with the complete intention of filling out for student loans. And mind you, God got me to the point of debt free. The only debt me and my husband have is our mortgage. Thanks be to God. All the glory to Him. But I was in tears in the office. And one of the girls was like, are you going to be okay? Yeah. And she almost gave me a hug. I was just like, this is just me being me. God is just good. God is just awesome. And then I got an amen from someone, on the other side of the room saying, amen. Yes, he is. God is
That's
good.
awesome.
God is just awesome.
That is very true. Very, very true. That is awesome, Melly. I am super pumped for you. Like
Yes.
you told me that like a couple days ago, and I was just reading it, smiling. I think it's just super cool hearing that kind of stuff, and I knew it meant a lot to you, so that just made it even cooler. So very, very cool.
So now just prayers that this brain of mine that hasn't been in school for about 15, 20 years just works the way it's supposed to so I can pass all my classes.
No kidding. No kidding. That's the tough part. This is the
Yes.
tough part. Hey, I'll let you go, and I'm gonna bring
Yes.
Alyssa up, and then we'll get started here, because
Awesome.
we got a lot to go over. All right, thanks, Melly.
All right. I'll see you guys.
See ya. Yeah, Alyssa. Yeah, come on up, just real quick. Um, I think that is super neat about Melly. I love how excited she is. You guys heard it right there. I mean, it's just fun. That's the type of stuff that we kind of need to hear about in today's world. So amazing stuff. I'm very pumped for her. Hello, Alyssa. How are you?
Hello.
Yeah, so you can come on up, obviously, hang out for a minute or two or whatever, and then we'll dive on into Isaiah. Well, what do you got? How are you doing?
Good.
Cool. Did you have any, I didn't know if you had something that you wanted to talk about or you anything like that or
Oh, I've been kind of struggling in the like King James Bible. I know it can be a little bit confusing, a little bit.
oh
Um,
yeah.
I've been wondering about the very last book and everything like that. So I've been kind of reading it.
Hmm.
It's kind of little scary for me.
Yeah. Um, it is the King James version is, not the easiest to understand. But that's why I love the time that we're alive right now because we can have Bible studies like this and we can talk about stuff and we can dissect them and try to understand them better. And that's what we're doing here. So I think you're in a good place. And there's other, tools available to you if you wanted to look into those things. There's a whole bunch of computer programs as well. It just depends on how deep you want to go. Um, my buddy and I were talking about that today, and you can go super advanced, but little studies like what we're doing right here is very, very cool and should be helpful. So hopefully, I mean, I know you've been here for a while. I know you don't talk too often, but I see you in the chat, and hopefully, some of the stuff that we're talking about helps break it down in some fashion. But obviously, you have the YouTube that I upload all those studies up on YouTube. I don't know if you check that out or not, but the way I learn the most efficient is by watching and pushing pause, pushing play, rewind, listen to it again, rewind, listen to it again, rewind, listen to it again. Um, and that seems to be what works for me because repetition really, really helps. And man, Holly and Walking by Faith, thank you guys so much. You guys are crazy. I really appreciate you guys. But does that make sense, Alyssa?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, we're going to be diving into Isaiah. So if you want to hang out, we try to unpack it. And obviously, as you know, we go verse by verse. So, and as per usual, Alyssa, if you have any questions about the Bible in any kind of context, you can always just message me here on TikTok. That goes for anybody here in the chat. Like, feel free to reach out to me. I would love to talk to you and try to help you understand because I might not even understand and then that's going to challenge me to look up the answer and find it and explain it because that's a really hard thing to do sometimes. So, man, what is happening? Thank you guys. Thank you so much. So, yeah, Alyssa. Well, I can let you get going because we're going to go ahead and get started in Isaiah if that's all right.
Okay. Will do.
What's that? All right, Alyssa. I'll see you. Um, Hello, man, Wardorm, what's up? Holly, and Walking by Faith. Thank you guys so much for that. Very, very kind. You guys are very cool. Jenny, thank you so much. Jess, man, I don't know what's going on here. Is myth the same as Smyrna? Myth. I don't know what you mean by myth, Cindy, but no, myth. What do you mean myth? Myth. Smyrna. I don't know. What do you mean by myth? I guess I can't answer that until you tell me what you mean by myth. Hello, sheesh. What's up, Arthur? Okay, we can go ahead and get on in. We got a lot to talk about tonight. We're going to be going all over the place. Hello, um, hello, C Cuts. Good to see you again. Thank you guys for being here. And Walking by Faith said she was new here, so thank you so much for hanging out. We dive into the um, mirth, mirth. I'm so confused. um, Smyrna. I'm trying to think of where you're trying to get here. Mirth. Nick is late. You better get him in here. Cindy, help me out here. You're saying mirth. Mirth. Is mirth the same as Smyrna? There's myrrh, like the incense and stuff like that. And then you put it in the bowl and you crush it. That's where Smyrna, they were the persecuted church. So I don't know if that's what you're relating to. Sorry, I'm a little slow right now. I didn't sleep very well last night. which is really such a bummer. So hopefully I get that going on tonight. So if you'll have to excuse me for my brain if it's going a little slow. What's up, Cole? Good to see you, man. Okay, so we are going to. I read a donkey is the only animal in the Bible with a cross on its back, and Jesus rode a donkey. Also, I don't know anything about the cross. Yeah, I haven't looked into that, so I can't really speak on anything about that. But we are going to be talking about a donkey tonight. Funny or not, just by random chance. What are the odds? But okay, guys, if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. We'll go ahead and dive on in because we're gonna be talking a lot about things tonight. Can you imagine? We're gonna be talking about things, and when I say things, we're just gonna be going all over the place. And so you're gonna need to put your thinking caps on because I'm gonna do, I guess, like we're gonna be thinking, and I'm gonna be thinking with you, and this is going to be like hey, what do you think about this? Do you guys see this? Because this is kind of what I see. What do you guys think? How do you guys feel? Does it make sense to you? Like that kind of conversation. So it's going to be like a little bit of I'll probably have to like look up like how I am right now and just gather my thoughts because it's difficult looking at myself here on the screen and then looking at the thing and then looking at the chat and looking back at the Bible. It's very interesting, especially when I don't know exactly how to navigate it. So we're going to be doing some of that kind of stuff, and we'll be working through some of these things. I think that's what it's about. I was just confused from watching another Bible study. No worries. Okay, so if you're talking about myrrh, myth, man, I don't know what myth. I feel like you would have recognized myrrh, so maybe it's not myrrh. I don't know what he's talking about. Myth with Smyrna. Yeah, no, I don't know, Cindy. Sorry. But yeah, no, Smyrna, the way to remember what Smyrna church is by like, imagine you have a bowl and you put myrrh into it and then you grind that myrrh into the bowl. You're crushing it. And so since you're crushing it, Smyrna, it sounds the same thing. That's a good way to remember it. They were the persecuted church. So DJ Nick, hey Ryan, sorry I'm late. Welcome back. Carrie, let's talk about Leviticus. We're going to go to Leviticus tonight, actually, so hang on out. All right, let's go ahead and dive on in. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We are diving into the Bible, and we're taking book by book, verse by verse, and we're doing our best to kind of unpack things to try to get a bit of a better understanding, and it's really challenging, especially when we're diving in this crazy long book, which is called Isaiah. So Isaiah is a challenging book, and it's funny. I was talking to my buddy. I don't know, some of you guys might follow him on here. His name is Paul, TikTok Theologic. I don't know how he pronounces it. But I was talking to him earlier today for about an hour, and we were just ping-ponging ideas off of each other. And it was great dialogue. I love talking to him because I don't have too many people to where I can just talk and he responds, because I feel like he knows more than I do. And it's always fun picking his brain on some things and getting feedback on the way I'm thinking, because we have different thoughts on things, we have different perspectives, but I appreciate seeing a different side on things. And so, is it 23 or 20? What? Did you just call me chap? Hello, what's up, Candy? Anyways, I was talking to him. It's a good dialogue. We'll talk about a little bit about that later on, though. But before we dive in, I want you guys to understand that there's the one thing that is the most important thing that we're going to dive into ever is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. There's only one way, and that is by believing that Jesus is God's son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for your sins, that he was buried, that he rose again on the third day, and the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. That's what I need you to understand more than anything else. That is the gospel, which can be found in 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4. You need to know that more than anything else. If you leave here and you don't know anything, that is what I want you to take away. That is how you know for sure you can get to heaven. It's not Jesus and getting dunked in water. It's not Jesus and tithing at your church. It's not Jesus plus something. It is Jesus and Jesus alone, putting your faith in what he did on the cross. The redemptive work, what he did, he paid it all. It is finished. You just need to believe. For by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. That is what we need to know. That is everything. Everything else is secondary. So we're going to be talking a lot about secondary things tonight. So keep that in the back of your mind, and let's just have a fun time trying to dive into this. I tell you guys, I am not a pastor. I am just a student of the Bible, just like anybody else, just like everybody else in here. Hey, thank you, Jules, and Debbie. Thank you guys for those hearts or flowers. So I want you guys to remember that. I'm it's funny because when you go here on TikTok Live, you get a lot of pushback. A lot of people disagree with you, especially when you talk about sensitive topics and controversial topics, like how there's a million of them in our world today. But we talk about those things here because the Bible talks about them. And so since the Bible talks about them, then we must talk about them. And so that is what we need to understand. So if you're going to a church that talks about this type of stuff, good for you, because you found a church that is doing what they should be doing, where they're talking about the whole Bible, talking about the whole counsel of God, and not just tiptoeing around certain topics. But diving into the book of Isaiah, it's always good to remember the book of Isaiah is composed of 66 chapters. And if you look at the format of Isaiah, it parallels the entire Bible. The first 39 chapters of Isaiah parallel the first 39 chapters of the Bible. And the second 27 chapters parallel the New Testament. It's unbelievable. When you think about that, when you understand that Isaiah was written centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries before the Bible was even put together. It's remarkable thinking about that. How would Isaiah have known all of these things to make it seem like it's just a little bit of a mini Bible? And so it's really fun looking at Isaiah as a mini Bible, because it is a mini Bible. It is a mini Bible. You see everything. It goes from the beginning all the way to the end. It talks about everything. It talks on everything. It's crazy how amazing this book is. And the more I dive into it, the more I'm just I'm confused and I'm excited, and I'm really frustrated at the same time because I don't understand everything. So you get this whole wave of emotions. And so it's really fun when you look at Isaiah. He is right here and he's looking into the future. Yeah. And so he's looking into the future, and he sees these mountaintops in the future, and he sees what's on top of those mountaintops, but he doesn't see what's happening at the bottom of the mountain. And so what I mean by that is he looks out into the future and he sees the birth of Jesus Christ. And then he sees further into the future and he sees the Antichrist. And then he looks a little further into the future and he sees the kingdom, the millennial kingdom. And then he looks further into the future and he sees the new heavens and the new earth. And so that's what he sees when he looks down this telescope of time. And that's the vision that he was given. And it's crazy because this is what he saw. This is what he saw. And it's unreal thinking about that he saw these things. I'm just wondering, is it kind of like how they do it in the Marvel movies, like when they're going through a wormhole and everything's all spirally all over the place, and then he sees what's on the other end of the wormhole? Obviously that's make-believe and that's Hollywood for you. But I'm just wondering, what was it like? Could he see any other details? Did he zoom in on anybody's face when he was looking through time? Those are the questions where I'm just I have questions. But anyways, Isaiah is able to look into time and he sees these events, and it's really fascinating. But Isaiah talks on so many different things. But one of the things that's really cool to know is that Isaiah is quoted or alluded to over 470 times in the New Testament. 470 times in the New Testament. It's unreal. So Isaiah is the most quoted book from the Old Testament in the New Testament. And it's important to understand that Jesus quotes it, that Paul quotes it, that John quotes it, that Luke quotes it. They all quote Isaiah. And so if they quote Isaiah, then Isaiah must be a pretty big deal. And it's important to understand that because Isaiah is important. And so when you understand that Jesus verifies the authenticity of Isaiah, you can take that to the bank. I mean, yeah, it's just an extra that Paul and Peter and John and Luke, they all do it too. But Jesus. And so that's what we need to focus on, because when you go to John chapter 12, Jesus talks about Isaiah. And he tells us that it's this Isaiah. He's like, when that Isaiah did so-and-so, that is what is important to understand, that Jesus authenticates Isaiah. It's really, really neat. But another thing that's really cool about the book of Isaiah is that it gives you the furthest event in the past, and it gives you the furthest event in the future. And they are both documented in this book. The furthest event that ever happened that we know about, which we talked about in Isaiah chapter 14, is what we were given, and that happened before the world began. And so then when you look into the future, you see the millennial kingdom and the new heavens and the new earth, and that's what obviously we'll talk about that when we get to Isaiah 66 and 65 and 66. But it's fascinating thinking that one book gives you all of that kind of information. Really, really cool. So Warlock, what? Oh, oops. So, all right, I don't know what, okay, I just don't want to, okay. I saw him earlier, and I think he's, I don't know exactly what he is. I'm confused by that person, so I had to, sorry about that. But anyways, diving into Isaiah chapter 1. Isaiah chapter 1 is so Isaiah chapter 1 verse 1, it says, the vision of Isaiah the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah. So you have, right off the bat, you have Isaiah, and we're told that Isaiah is there for these four kings. So he's there for these four kings. Hey, thank you, Lindsay. He's there for these four kings, and he is influencing them, and he is speaking into each one of these kings' lives. He's talking to him. He's like, hey, king, you're the king right now. I'm talking to you. And then that king died. And then the next king came up. And then he's like, hey, king, I'm talking to you now. And then that king died. And then he's talking to the next king, to the next king. So these were the four kings that he is directly involved in their lives, and he is giving them counsel. Now it's up to them on whether or not they're going to decide to accept it or not. But in Isaiah chapter 1 through 5, it talks about how God sees a dying culture. And that is why it's important to understand when you look at Isaiah chapter 1 through 39, it's good to remember in the back of your mind that the theme of chapters 1 through 39 is going to be focusing on judgment. Judgment is just highlighted all throughout chapters 1 through 39. If you're ever confused, just remember judgment is involved somehow, and it'll help you remember. But it's really important to understand that God is so long suffering. When you go to Isaiah chapter 1 verse 18, God says to his people, he says, come now and let us reason together, says the Lord. Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be white as snow. Though they are red like crimson, they shall be as wool. It blows my mind thinking about how Jesus wants to reason with us. Like, what is that? What does that even mean? I am blown away by that. It's just so crazy how God Almighty is so loving. And it's just crazy because there's people out there who are like, oh, if your God's so loving, then why would he do this and that? And I saw somebody else that has a live that the background of their live said, if God is all loving, why did he create a hell? And I'm just like, read the Bible, like you'll figure it out. But they want to hate God no matter what. And it's heartbreaking because this is the side of God that we're seeing right now. But he has an end of his patience, which is coming up. Hey, thank you, Candy Light. But he says, come now and let us reason together. What's up, Tiffany? Oh, man, that is not the corgi. Man, I hope you're doing well, Tiffany. I haven't talked to you forever. I missed the past few myself, hoping to catch up in the recap. That's so funny. But he says, come now and let us reason together, says the Lord. He wants so badly for you guys, for people to come to him. He's like, do you not understand what I've done for you? I gave my son to die on the cross for you. And so you see this interaction on how much he wants us to come to him. He's like, let us reason together. It is so crazy. It is so cool at the same time. And it's just like, man, these people want to hate on God so much. They don't want to accept him because they want to continue to live in the way that they're living because sin is fun. If I have to change my lifestyle, well, then that means I've got to stop doing this and this and this. And like, I don't want to do that. And so then they're conflicted. And then it's this whole spiritual battle. And people lose perspective because they never had it to begin with. The only way you can have perspective ever is by having the word of God hidden in your heart. And so people are lost in the world right now, and they're in a spiritual fog that they don't know that they're in. And so they're confused, they're conflicted, they don't know which way is up, and they don't know because they haven't read the Bible. But if you give your life to the Lord and you start diving into this, you're going to find a peace that passes all understanding. You're going to see somebody like Pastor Sam. He's a quadriplegic. He can't move. I was in his live earlier, and he's like, I was talking to him. He was asking me about what we're studying on these lives, and I told him Isaiah, and he's like, man, I'm just so envious that you can flip through the Bible and stuff like that. And I didn't even think about that before, because it's easy for me to go like this and turn the page. It's easy for me to do that. Pastor Sam, he can't move, and he told me that, and I was just like heartbroken, because I'm just like, I didn't even think about that, but he wants so badly to be able to do that, but he can't. And so you see the heart is there, but his body's not able to do it. And I'm like, man, this is crazy. But you see somebody who is completely put their faith in Christ, and he's happy. He's encouraging. You go over to his live, you will be encouraged. And so when you look at him, you see somebody who can't do what you and I do, things that we take for granted. And so, but then what you do see, or what you think he should be doing, is you think he should be overreacting and upset and frustrated and mad all the time. But if you ever pay attention and you go into his life, you'll see somebody who is trying to encourage you. He's there. He's like, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. And he's got that peace that passes all understanding. And I love it. So he is a huge encouragement. But it's just important to study and understand that he says, come now and let us reason together. He wants to reason with you. He's like, let's figure this out. But moving on to Isaiah chapter 2. In Isaiah chapter 2, you start diving into the Davidic covenant, and we talked about the day of the Lord. The day of the Lord is something that we've talked a lot about. That's basically makes you think of judgment during the end days, and that, I believe, will start after the rapture occurs. Very interesting kind of conversation, and it's important to understand the Davidic covenant. But we talked a lot about that, so we can go on to chapter 3. Moving on to chapter 3. He's basically talking to Jerusalem, and he's like, hey, you guys are messing up so badly, because he basically was shining a light on their culture. He's like, your culture is going after false gods. You are so deep into sin right now. I'm going to remove your prophets. I'm going to remove your mighty men. I'm going to remove your judges. I'm going to take your bread. I'm going to take your water. And then I'm going to give you people who are not qualified for those positions. And so that's what I'm going to give you, because this is the punishment. And why is God punishing these people? It's because he is a perfect and just God. If you have a child and your child goes over and starts slapping people, you as a parent are not going to stand for that. I don't care who you are. You're not just going to sit there and be like, oh, yeah, there he goes. No, you're going to get up, you're going to go over there, and you're going to handle it some kind of way. And so, obviously it's going to be different for each family. But my point is that you would react. Reacting is what I'm trying to underline here. And God is reacting to his people. He's saying, you guys are in a hot mess, and I'm going to start having to whoop you a little bit. And that's what all of these judgments that we're seeing in the first couple chapters. But he's painting the picture that these people are so lost and they've fallen so far from God that he has to do something drastic to get them back to him. But in Isaiah chapter 4, verse 2, it says, in the day the branch of the Lord shall be beautiful. And that's in Isaiah chapter 4, verse 2. In the day, the branch of the Lord. So the branch is something that is so cool, because that's a title of Jesus. The title of Jesus, one of his titles, is the branch. Now, the branch is used 2 times in Isaiah and 2 times in Zechariah. And it's so cool, because when you look at Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they each grab one of the branches, and they use that branch, whatever they're holding on to, and they tailor it to their own gospel, to their own account. And so John, he uses one of the branches. Matthew uses the Messiahship. It's a very messianic kind of flavor to the entire thing. And he uses that to talk about his account of the gospel. And it's just so cool. What's up? Sheesh. Good to see you. Legit. And so you see these things that are constantly being used. And what I want you, and I really hope you guys are appreciating or beginning to learn, is to appreciate the beautiful wovenness of scripture from Genesis to Revelation. It is unreal. How in the world is this even possible? It doesn't even make any sense. That's why this book, it's unbelievable to think that this is the most studied book ever, and it is still standing the test of time. We can't unpack it all. It is unreal. There are layers and layers and layers. And right when you learn something, you're going to learn something the next day. And then you read it again, you'll learn something the next day. And so it's so cool because, like, I mean, I was talking to my buddy Paul today, and he was kind of shining a light on something I didn't know. And then I was listening to a message on YouTube, and I was like, that's super cool. I didn't know that. And I'm like, that's awesome, because then that connects to this. And so then my mind started going all over the place. But my point is like one dot connected to another dot then sometimes connects all these other dots, and you're like, oh my goodness, like I've heard that so long for my entire life, but I never knew that that's what this was referring to. And then you start connecting these dots, and then you get lit up inside, and then you want to go tell somebody. And I'm like, that is so cool. So that's what I hope happens for you guys as we dive into this book, because it's not of this world. But let's go to Isaiah chapter 5. In Isaiah chapter 5, you have Jesus, and he paints us a picture about how he sees Israel. He references them as a vineyard. He's like, look, I had this garden, I got all the rocks out, I plowed the ground, I planted the seed, I watered it, all the grapes grew, I built a wine press, all of these things are here. But then the wine press, I'm ready with the wine press, I'm ready to make wine, but then I look at the fruit, and the fruit are sour. Why is the fruit sour? He's like, what am I going to do with sour grapes? He's like, nobody wants sour grapes. Have you guys ever had a sour grape? I mean, I'm sure you have. It's just like, like you're like, ooh. But that is the kind of stuff. That's exactly what God was like, this is not right. And so he's like, so he stopped working in the garden. He took down the fences. He let the wild animals get in there. He stopped the rain from falling. He's like, you want it? He's like, you want to play this game? Two can play at this game. But this is how he views Israel, because in Isaiah chapter 5, verse 7, it says, for the vineyard of the Lord of hosts is the house of Israel. The vineyard of the Lord of hosts is the house of Israel. So it's good to know that. But then in Isaiah chapter 5, verse 20, it says, woe to those who call evil good and good evil. That's crazy. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil. I mean, that is a verse that you like. I mean, I'm sure it's widely known, but when you think about it, that's America. That is America in a verse. If you ask me, woe to those who call evil good and good evil. I mean, you look all over the place, and it is just darkness everywhere. It's heartbreaking to see it. But here, God is talking to Israel, and so it's so interesting, because when you read the book of Isaiah, there are double references all over the place. What Isaiah says was applicable back then, and it's also applicable in the future. It happens time and time again, which is why Isaiah is so difficult to actually really wrap your mind around. And that's why I tell you guys that I'm giving you a way to view a lot of these things, because there are other people who see things differently than what I do. Now, I will tell you when I am very adamant on something, but a lot of times this is just like, I'm just trying to figure it out, just like how you guys are. It's very, very challenging. But when it's challenging, that means, and you dive into it, you're just getting sharper, like it's ironing sharpen iron. So, hey, Judy, thank you. So it's really good to dive in here. But you can't help but see America in many of these verses that we are diving into. But then we get to Isaiah chapter 7. In Isaiah chapter 7, you have the northern kingdom and the king of Syria forming a coalition against Israel. Against Judah. So if you remember, you have the 10 kings up north and the 2 kings down south. So the whole, all of the tribes, there's 12 tribes. You have the 10 kings who are up north, and you have the 2 kings that are in south. The northern kingdom is called Israel, or the northern kingdom, or Ephraim. You can call it whatever you want to refer to it. We call it the northern kingdom, and that is referred to as Israel. The 2 tribes down south is called Judah, or the southern kingdom. So you have two kingdoms, the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. They're all composed of the 12 tribes of Israel, but they're divided. They're divided because of all the sin and idolatry going on in their world, and so they just broke apart. And that was a form of judgment in of itself. But it's just fascinating seeing how that worked. So now here in Isaiah chapter 7, you have the northern tribes, the northern kingdom, and Syria forming a coalition to go against the southern kingdom. And that isn't going to work out. Thank you, Jules. And that isn't going to work out for anybody, because if you know anything about the southern kingdom, you know that it contains Judah. And Judah is where the kings come from. Like all the kings of Israel came from the tribe of Judah. And that is important to understand. Why? Because that's where Jesus came from. That is a place that you do not mess with. If you're going to mess with anybody, you don't mess with Judah. And so that's obviously what these people were, forming a coalition. And Isaiah ends up going to King Ahaz, and he's like, hey, don't worry about it. It's not going to happen. Assyria, or the northern kingdom in Syria, are not going to do anything to us because Assyria is going to come and take care of them. So he basically was prophesying about that entire thing. But then you get to Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14, and you get this amazing verse in Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14. It says, therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. It's fascinating thinking about that verse, because this is centuries before Jesus was born. And obviously, this is just one of the prophecies that you can just zoom in on and just completely get lost in it, because it's just like, how in the world did God know that that was going to happen? And then you start pulling on that thread, and it's like, this is how God one of the things God prides himself in, that he has the ability to tell you things before it actually happens. That is something that nobody else can do. There is nobody else. God even taunts these other people. He's like, where are the people who can do what I can do? He's like, where are they at? Where are they at? Are they here? Are they in the room with us right now? And so it's just interesting, because prophecy is it's only something that God can do. And so he lets us know this. And so he's like, you know what? I'm going to give you a sign. There's going to be the virgin who is going to conceive and give birth, and she is going to name him Emmanuel, which means God with us. And I think that is so fascinating, because his name means God with us. How it's not us with God, it's God with us. And I'm just like, man, what in the world? Even his name has a sense of humility about it. God with us. How like, I mean, like he's including us in one of his titles. Do you see that? Like he's including us in that. He is God with us. Like you are in one of his titles. It doesn't make any sense to me. The more you think about it, the more you're like, what? Anyways, then you get to Isaiah chapter 8, and you get introduced to Isaiah's second son. And we know from Isaiah chapter 8, verse 18, that in Isaiah chapter 8, verse 18, it says, here am I and the children whom the Lord has given me. We are for signs and wonders in Israel from the Lord of hosts, who dwells in Mount Zion. So we know that he dwells in Mount Zion. That's very fascinating, because that's going to come up later tonight. So hold on to that one. But it's really important to understand that the names back then were a testament to whoever they were talking to. So when Isaiah ended up going up before King Ahaz, Isaiah had his son over here and his other son right next to him. So there's three people standing in front of the king. And right then, without anybody speaking a word, each one of their names meant something. Each one of their names was a prophecy that was going to come to fruition in the future. Isaiah's name means God is salvation. Yahweh, or Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, whatever you want to say, Jehovah is salvation. God is salvation. So that's what Isaiah's name means. His other son means a remnant shall return. That's awesome, because a remnant shall return. Are you kidding me? And so God always holds on to a remnant. That is one of the things that I love, because he's like, you know what? He's like, I'm not going to wipe you out completely. I'm going to clean house here, but I'm not going to wipe everybody out. Why? Because I made a covenant back here to keep this line going. And that is just something he's never going to break. And he's never going to let somebody else break that covenant for him either. But that's what Satan is continuing trying to do. That's why there's this huge war going on in Israel, because everybody hates the Jewish people. Why? Because of the spiritual warfare that's going on, because God made a covenant with them. And so Satan's trying to break that covenant by killing by unaliving all of the Jewish people in the world. And that is one of those things that we need to just be very sensitive of, all the spiritual warfare that's going on in the world. Hey, thank you, Sephora. Or Sephora, little bird. Good to see you. So that's what's going on, Isaiah chapter 8, or some of the stuff that we were talking about in Isaiah chapter 8. Then we move on to Isaiah chapter 9. In Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6, it says, for unto us a son is given. Thank you, Judy. Unto us a son, or it says, for unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given. And it's important to understand that those are two different events. Unto us a child is born, That's what happened in Bethlehem. Unto us a son is given. That was when he died on the cross at Golgotha. So he was born in Bethlehem. He was given at Golgotha. It's just an interesting connection to make. But I love these verses because there's so much there that you could just really try to just live there for a little bit and try to unpack it and try to wrap your mind around it. But it's just important to understand that in Isaiah chapter 9 verse 7, when you continue reading, it says, there will be no end upon the throne of David and over his kingdom. Over his kingdom, his kingdom, his kingdom, his kingdom. When you start studying the Bible, the one thing that you learn right off the bat is it's all about Jesus. That's it. It's all about Jesus and his redemptive work. That is what we need to understand. But then right on top of that, it's the kingdom, the kingdom, the kingdom, the kingdom. 2 Samuel chapter 7, when you understand, it would do you wonders to dive into the covenants, the everlasting covenants, and then just study those. When you study the everlasting covenants and you try to wrap your mind around it in some kind of way, what that will do for you is that will give you a perspective that many people don't have. And so when you don't understand the end game, then you don't know where you are on the field. If you're running with the ball and you're like, am I doing good? And you're completely out in the woods somewhere, you're not even on the field anymore because you don't know where to go with it. And so that's what's important, to understand where you're going with it, because when you understand where you're going with it, then you understand where you are. And so when you understand those things, then you'll be able to look at the Bible with a completely different light. And so that's why it's important to gain this kind of insight so that you can attack the Bible in different avenues of approaches and stuff like that. So it's important to do that. But in Isaiah chapter 9, verse 7, it says, upon the throne of David and over his kingdom. 2 Samuel chapter 7, it's so massive. That is where this everlasting covenant is given to David, the Davidic covenant. Everlasting. He's going to sit on the throne one day. He hasn't done that. When is he going to do it? If he didn't do it when he was here, when he was living on the earth, since he didn't do it, does that mean he messed up and he's no longer God? Absolutely not. He is going to do that in the millennial kingdom. But you don't know those things unless you study these things. And so when you start connecting these dots, these light bulbs go off in your mind, and it's super cool. But anyways, moving on to Isaiah chapter 10. Do you drink coffee? I love coffee. In Isaiah chapter 10, we talked a lot about the Assyrian. The Assyrian keeps on coming up. Assyria is all over the place. We talked about the evil lawmakers that were making these decrees and whatnot, and then God's like, hey, listen, you're judging unrighteously. He's like, you're gonna get yours. You'll be judged one day as well. So that was a wake-up call to them. But in Isaiah chapter 10, we talked a lot about the Assyrians. Moving to Isaiah chapter 10, verse 21. In Isaiah chapter 10, verse 21, it says, the remnant will return, the remnant of Jacob, to the mighty God. So it says here, the remnant will return. And that is one of Isaiah's kids' names. His name was Shear-Jashub. Now, Shear-Jashub, I don't know. In Hebrew, what that name means is the remnant shall return. So it was a prophecy just by Isaiah's son. And so the remnant shall return. And so that's what we're seeing here in Isaiah chapter 10, verse 21. So very cool kind of connection there. But then moving on to Isaiah chapter 11. In Isaiah chapter 11, verse 1, it says, there shall come forth a rod from the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots. Now that's fascinating. Because a branch shall grow out of his roots. So you have this branch concept that's being introduced again. Now we saw the branch first introduced in Isaiah chapter 4, verse 2, and now we see it again here in Isaiah 11:11. And then you see it two other times in Zechariah. So the branch. In Isaiah 11:11, there's a very messianic kind of flavor to this title, because it says, there shall come forth a rod from the stem of Jesse. That's super Jewish right there. And it says, and a branch shall grow out of his roots. And so when you read the Gospel of Matthew, you see that it has a very messianic flavor to it. And so that's what's cool to see that type of stuff, because there's a reason why he did that, because he's drawing from this title. So then when we go, you read Isaiah chapter 11, verse 6, where it says, the wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, the leopard shall lie down with the young goat, the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and a little child shall lead them. The cow and the bear shall graze, Their young ones shall lie down together, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox. What you're seeing here is what's going to happen in the future. This isn't happening right now. So does this mean that this was a prophecy that he forgot to do, and oh no, he messed up? No, this is going to happen during the millennial kingdom. It's very important to understand that. So here in Isaiah chapter 11 verse 11, this is what I wanted to talk to you guys about. In Isaiah chapter 11 verse 11, it says, "It shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people who are left." And so when we went over this is what I told you guys, and I even mentioned it when we went through it. But there are people who see it differently than the way I see it. And so I just challenge you to dive into it and kind of conclude what you will. But I was talking to Paul, and I was picking his brain. I was like, what do you think about this verse? Because it's one of those things where it's just a difficult thing. And I understand that there's other people who believe things differently. And I explained to him what I thought. And he's like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. And he's like, the way I see it. And so this is Paul talking, my buddy Paul. He says that he thinks that the first time was in 1948. He thinks that was the very first time. He thinks that the second time is going to be at the end of the tribulation. So you have two different kind of perspectives. The one that I said was in Ezra and Nehemiah, it talks about the 50,000 being brought back into the land. That's a way. It could be wrong, but it's just a way. And then the second time could be in 1948, because we're still seeing all the people coming to Israel. So that's still being fulfilled as we're speaking right now. So I just had that conversation with him today, so I'll be thinking on that, seeing how it feels. I'll probably talk to my dad about it, pick his brain on Sunday, because it's always fun trying to think of a question to bring to church and be like, because he always opens it up by saying, does anybody have anything this week that they were thinking about or reading on or kind of stuck? And I was just like, just raising my hand. I always try to wait like 2 seconds, because I like to see if anybody else has something that they want to talk about. But those 2 seconds feel like an eternity. I'm just like, I got one. Pick me. So it's just hilarious. He knows that he basically says, he's like, anybody other than Ryan have any other questions? Oh my gosh, it's terrible. I'm a question guy, and so that's why I think it's important to ask questions, because I don't know everything, and hopefully you guys know that by now. I love that, right? No kidding, no joke, Amanda. I love it. So I'm learning, and I love to prove me wrong. If you prove me wrong and you can show me, and it doesn't contradict with all the other stuff that I know, then good for you, because I am just I'm pumped up. I it's so interesting how we almost get challenged. We're like, oh, I'm right and you're wrong. Hey, thank you, Leah. It's always it's almost like a competition how we think, and it's so hard to kind of change our mind on how we view things. Instead of being I'm better than you are in this kind of area, why not just be like, hey, we're working together on this, trying to figure this puzzle out. So it's kind of cool to do that. And so that's what, being in Christ is really, really cool. But let's go ahead and move on to Isaiah chapter 12, because in Isaiah chapter 12, you see these people, they're singing a psalm or a song once they get into the kingdom. Now, this hasn't happened yet. It's fascinating, but this is what they are going to sing. So when you and I, if you're born again, we're going to be in the kingdom, and then we're going to hear this, Isaiah chapter 12. They're going to be singing this. And it's so neat to think about that, because we're reading it right here, Isaiah chapter 12, and then we're going to get there, and we're going to be like, that sounds so familiar. And then you're going to remember, because we're perfect at that point, and it's going to be like Isaiah 12, and you'll be shaking your head, and you'll be like, I was doing this online TikTok Bible study, and they'll be like, what's TikTok? And you'll be like, oh, and then you'll have to explain it. But it's just this whole cool thing. I'm just pumped. I just can't wait to go home. It's unbelievable. Isaiah chapter 13, moving on. In Isaiah chapter 13, we had an interesting kind of conversation in Isaiah chapter 13, because in Isaiah chapter 13, this starts the prophecies concerning the nations. Because in Isaiah chapter 13 through 27, we're going to be talking about a whole bunch of nations all over the place. We're going to be talking about this nation, then this nation, then this nation. and then all these other nations. And so that's what Isaiah is going to be shining a light on each one of them individually. And so in Isaiah chapter 13, we talked a lot about Babylon. Babylon is like a topic that is one of those things that everybody loves talking about now. And I think it's one of those reasons, or I think it's a reason, or I think one of the reasons why everybody likes talking about Babylon in our world today is because it's something that people are aware of. Now, there's a lot of people who don't actually study the Bible who still know what Babylon is. They're like, oh, Babylon, right? Yeah. And then they hear and they see a TikTok video about Mystery Babylon. And then they're like, oh, and then they get very excited about it. And they're like, oh, what's this about? And like, oh, America is Babylon, because they just associate Babylon and America both being terrible. And it's just like, well, it's very interesting. Anyways, the whole conversation, like, it's not like, it's just funny because we don't need to absolutely know what it is, because from my standpoint, we're going to be up in heaven, right? And so that's what I believe from the pre-tribulation rapture. And I don't think that they're going to be flying a plane through the air saying, it's Babylon, like where, like when you're on the beach and you see a plane flying by with like the sign behind it, like blowing in the wind, and it's just like free tacos. It's not going to be like that. It's not just like, and so it's so interesting how we're all just like, so like, oh yeah, Babylon. And it's just interesting to think about, but at the same time, it's fun trying to figure it out. Like, so I'm not throwing any shade on it. I just think it's funny, the things that we really highlight in our world today. Now I mentioned tacos. And so now I want some of those. Hey, Jules, thank you. Free tacos. What's up, Jenny? So that we talked a lot about Babylon. Babylon was the one that we talked about in chapter 13. And so then we go to Isaiah chapter 14, and Isaiah chapter 14 was a fascinating study. It probably raises more questions than answers, and honestly, Blimpy. But in Isaiah chapter 14, you have one of the biggest insights to Lucifer. You learn so much about Lucifer, the fall of Lucifer, how it describes him. And so if you guys remember, if you want to remember the passages on where you glean the most information on Satan, just remember Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28. 14 and 28. 14 times 2 equals 28. So that's how you remember that. 14 times 2 is 28. So just remember Isaiah 14, Ezekiel 28. Tacos! So that is a really, really interesting study. But in Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12, it says, how you are fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning, how you are cut down to the ground, you who weakened the nations. It's so interesting. We're looking at the world right now, and we're like blaming all of the people that we see, like all of the politicians and stuff like that. But the powers that are behind the people that we can see is Lucifer. And how do we know that? It's because he's the one who weakened the nations. We know that's going to happen. So that is kind of good to remember at all times. This world is not going to get any better. It's only going to get worse. And we know that because the Bible tells us that this world is going to go away one day. And then there's going to be a new heavens and new earth. But then when you get to Isaiah chapter 14, verse 13, Lucifer said in his heart, Lucifer said, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will also sit on the mount of the congregation on the farthest sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. So you have the 5 I will statements here. And this was something that the important thing that I think that is important to understand here is that Lucifer never did these things, and he's never going to do those things, and yet this was still sin. Now, I need you to understand that for a second and think about that, because Lucifer didn't physically act. He was just saying he would do something. So it's just like me saying something right now, like, hey, I'm going to go to the store tomorrow. If I don't go to the store tomorrow, then, obviously it's a different context. Hopefully you understand what I'm saying. He's never going to do this stuff, and yet that was still sin. Why? Because it was the intent. The heart of the matter is always the matter of the heart. That is what we need to understand. So here he says, I will, I will, I will, I will, I will. And the last one that's kind of cool to look into, or at least to make a connection, at least, is the last one is that he says, I will be like the Most High. And that's fascinating because the word he chooses to, or the title that he chooses to use here, that Satan chooses to use here, is he says, I will be like Elyon, which means in Hebrew, the strongest of the strong. And so it's funny that he didn't pick out the other titles of Jesus. He didn't pick out the other titles. He didn't say, I will be like the wonderful counselor. He didn't say I would be like, the faithful and true. He didn't say those things. He said, I want to be the strongest of the strong. And so that's interesting because when you have that here, he didn't want his shepherding abilities. And so that's one of the things that is so cool about Jesus, because that's just who he is. He is a shepherd. He is a wonderful counselor, Prince of Peace. And then when you look at Satan, he's the exact opposite. He wants nothing. He could care less about us. He just wants to be everything that God is. And so you see a complete contrast between Jesus and Satan, obviously, and it's just fascinating to see this kind of stuff. And yet there are people who are Satanists in the world, and they're just completely blinded. Now, those people, those Satanists, I 100% believe that they see things. You can dive into that whole realm of possibilities there, like people doing, taking certain drops of stuff, and like having these experiences, and they all go to the same thing, and they all experience the exact same, hallucinogen and whatnot. And it's just crazy, but they're all explaining the exact same events. And it's a very real world. And so if you open a door into that kind of world, it's you got to be very, very, very cautious. Okay, so I think that's where we started, stopped last time, Isaiah chapter 14. So that is Isaiah chapter 1 through 14. And tonight we are going to cover chapter 15, 16, 17, and 18. What exactly is in that, Jocko? Elyon. Who does God support, Israel or Palestine? Anyone who sees this comment, he is going to block me. Hello, Aaron. Good to see you. Israel, obviously. But also at the same time, he's not willing that any should perish. For God to love the world, which means everybody, that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. What a beautiful gift. Free gift. It is there. Just need to take it. So if you guys are new here, thank you for being here. My name is Ryan, and we are going to be diving into Isaiah chapter 15, 16, 17, and 18 tonight. There's going to be an interesting part here in chapter 16 that I'm kind of looking forward to, and yet at the same time, you're probably going to just hear me thinking out loud half the time, but I think it'll be beneficial. So that'll be fun. But if you guys are new here, I upload all of these to YouTube. So if you're interested, there's a YouTube link up here in my TikTok profile. If you wanted to go check that out, there's a YouTube, like a link tree or whatever. And if you click on that link in my TikTok profile, you'll be taken to the YouTube. And I upload all of these to YouTube. So you guys can go check that out if you would like to. All right, so let's go ahead and dive on into Isaiah chapter 15. So Isaiah chapter 15, so if you remember, starting back in chapter 13, so from chapters 13 through 27, we are going to be zooming in on specific nations. So in chapter 13, we talked a lot about Babylon. In chapter 14, it was a little bit of a different kind of scenario, but we talked about Assyria, but we also talked a lot about Lucifer there too. So here in chapter 15, we're going to be talking about Moab. Now, it's good to remember that as we continue on, because, but also as we dive in, remember, judgment is the underlying theme about what we're talking about here. So in chapter 15, we're going to be talking about judgment on Moab specifically. But Isaiah will deal with prophecies representing all the world powers and their downfall. So what we're going to be talking about is how these people are going to fall. And so it's also good to remember that some of these events that we're going to be talking about were applicable back then, and they're applicable in the future as well. And you're gonna see some of that stuff. You're gonna be like, well, wait a second, was that talking back then, or was that in the future? Because that sounds like something that we read somewhere else in the Bible. And so when you start thinking that kind of way, chances are you're probably right. And so we'll talk about that when we get there. But the main point of what we're going to be covering tonight is to understand that God does not permit wickedness against himself and against his chosen Israel. He doesn't permit wickedness against him or Israel, and he doesn't allow that to go unpunished. He's not going to allow that to go unpunished. It's just not going to happen. So when these things happen, he is going to react. It's just going to happen. Now, it's just interesting because you and I see, like, looking at America right now, for example, we see something that we're just like, it's almost like a slow fall of a building, like America. It's just slowly falling. Now, it's not bam, right? It is falling. Now, that's what's interesting about when you go back and you think about Babylon, when you think about Assyria, when you think about the northern kingdom, when you think about the southern kingdom. How long were they living in complete sin before they were judged and before the day actually occurred? How long was it? Were they living in sin for decades and decades and decades? Or was it months and months and months? You can unpack those dates for yourself if you'd like to, because it's in history. But I just find it very fascinating that God allows things to happen. And so when you think about that in America and you look at our world right now, you see what's happening. And it is just this whole just bunch of not good stuff from God's perspective. And it's just like, man, if he doesn't judge America, he's going to have to go and apologize to Sodom and Gomorrah. That's just one of the things that is just facts of the matter. But let's go back. Let's go ahead and dive into Isaiah chapter 15. What's your YouTube name? It's Sheesh. ITZ _ Sheesh. I don't know how to say sheesh without there's there's a link up in my Dion, if you would like to go check that out. There's a link up in my TikTok profile. All right, so chapter 15, let's go ahead and get on into it. In Isaiah chapter 15, in verse 1, it says, "The burden against Moab, because in the night Ar of Moab is laid waste and destroyed. Because in the night Ker of Moab is laid waste and destroyed." Okay, so here we have a name called Moab. What is Moab? Moab, now it's good to know that back then the names of the land were different than what they are today. So that's what's kind of cool, because you can track all this back. So back then, Moab is what Moab was to them, but today to us, it's Jordan. So if you look at Israel on a map, just to the east of it, that is where Jordan is. And so the question is, where did Moab start? Let's go to Genesis real quick. Let's go to Genesis chapter 19. Genesis chapter 19. So if you go to Genesis chapter 19, in Genesis chapter 19, verse 30, you have this really crazy situation, but you got to understand the context. Let's read Genesis chapter 19, verse 30. In Genesis 19, verse 30, it says, "Then Lot went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountains, and his 2 daughters were with him, for he was afraid to dwell in Zoar. And he and his 2 daughters dwelt in a cave. Now the firstborn said to the younger, Our father is old, and there is no man on the earth to come into us, and as is the custom of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve the lineage of our father. So they made their father drink wine that night. And the firstborn went in and lay with her father, and he did not know when she lay down or when she arose. It happened on the next day that the firstborn said to the younger, Indeed, I lay with my father last night. Let us make him drink wine tonight also, that you may go in and lie with him, that we may preserve the lineage of our father. Then they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him, and he did not know when she lay down or when she arose. Thus both the daughters of Lot were with child by their father. The firstborn bore a son and called his name Moab. He is the father of the Moabites to this day. And the younger, she also bore a son and called his name Ben-Ami. He is the father of the people of Ammon to this day. So it's fascinating seeing that kind of stuff, what was going on back then. Now, obviously, the whole Sodom and Gomorrah situation just happened. And can you imagine being in that time where you're escaping judgment, and then you see fire and brimstone destroy a complete city. It's completely gone. Now, we don't have, they didn't have Twitter or cell phones or satellites or anything like that. And so they probably thought that they were alone. They probably thought that they were the last people on the earth. And so that's why this entire event actually transpired. But that is where Moab started. And so it's also interesting doing a little bit more of a little bit of unpacking, just to get a little bit better background of Moab. Let's go to Numbers chapter 22. Numbers chapter 22. Go to Numbers chapter 22, and we will read in Numbers chapter 22, verse 24. Numbers chapter 22, verse 21. In Numbers chapter 22, verse 21, Numbers chapter 22, verse 21, it says, "So Balaam rose in the morning, saddled his donkey, and went up with the princes of Moab. Then God's anger was aroused because he went, and the angel of the Lord took his stand in the way as an adversary against him. And he was riding on his donkey, and his 2 servants were with him. Now the donkey saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way with his drawn sword in his hand. And the donkey turned aside out of the way and went into the field. So Balaam struck the donkey to turn her back onto the road. Then the angel of the Lord stood in a narrow path between the vineyards, with a wall on this side and a wall on that side. And when the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, she pushed herself against the wall and crushed Balaam's foot against the wall. So he struck her again. Then the angel of the Lord went further and stood in a narrow place where there was no way to turn either to the right or to the left. And when the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, she lay down under Balaam. So Balaam's anger was aroused, and he struck the donkey with his staff. Then the Lord opened the mouth of the donkey, and she said to Balaam, "What have I done to you that you have struck me these 3 times?" Can you imagine this donkey just talking to you, just having a conversation, all while you're on it? Just like all of a sudden she just looks up at you, and you're like, "Excuse me?" But it says, "And Balaam said to the donkey, because you have abused me, I wish there were a sword in my hand, for now I would kill you." So he just talks back as this just is another Tuesday. But in verse 30, it says, "So the donkey said to Balaam, am I not your donkey on which you have ridden ever since I became yours to this day? Was I ever disposed to do this to you?" And he said, "No." Then the Lord opened Balaam's eyes, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way with his drawn sword in his hand. And he bowed his head and fell flat on his face. And the angel of the Lord said to him, "Why have you struck your donkey these 3 times? Behold, I have come out to stand against you, because your way is perverse before me. The donkey saw me and turned aside from me these 3 times. If she had not turned aside from me, surely I also have killed you by now and let her live." And Balaam said to the angel of the Lord, "I have sinned, for I did not know you stood in the way against me. Now, therefore, if it displeases you, I will turn back." Then the angel of the Lord said to Balaam, "Go with the men, but only the word that I speak to you, that you shall speak." So Balaam went with the princes of Balak. Now, when Balak heard that Balaam was coming, he went out to meet him at the city of Moab, which is on the border at Arnon, the boundary of the territory. Then Balak said to Balaam, "Did I not earnestly send to you, calling for you? Why did you not come to me, and I not able to honor you?" And Balaam said to Balak, "Look, I have come to you. Now have I any power at all to say anything? The word that God puts in my mouth, that I must speak." So Balaam went with Balak. Okay, so it continues on, but the whole point here is to get you to understand that Moab. So Balaam was going against Moab. Balak, the king of Moab, was going to. Hey, thanks, Karina. Balaam was hired by Balak to curse God's people, and so we talked a lot about that when we went through Revelation. But it's just to get you an understanding of what was going on, and to get you a little bit associated with the relationship between Moab and Israel. Let's look up one more. Let's go to Judges chapter 3. Judges chapter 3, just to kind of touch on it one more time. But in Judges chapter 3, verse 12, in Judges chapter 3, verse 12, in Judges chapter 3, verse 12, it says, "And the children of Israel again did evil in the sight of the Lord. So the Lord strengthened Eglon, king of Moab, against Israel, because they had done evil in the sight of the Lord." So I want you to understand, it's a rather interesting dynamic, really trying to understand what is going on with Moab. They're not good people. They were always going against Israel, but then sometimes they were friends with Israel. And so then it's just like, well, what is their role? What is their role in the future? Now, we know when you think of Moab, like if I say, obviously Ruth the Moabitess. Now, we covered Ruth. Ruth was a Moabite. And so that's really interesting. But let's go to Daniel really fast, just because I want to kind of talk about something that we already talked about back when we studied Daniel. But in Daniel chapter 11, verse 41, you get this interesting passage. In Daniel chapter 11, verse 41, it says this. In Daniel 11:41, it says, "He shall also enter the glorious land, and many countries shall be overthrown, but these shall escape from his hand: Edom, Moab, and the prominent people of Ammon." So that's really interesting, because that whole area he's listing seems to be Jordan. But you see Moab is listed there. So Moab somehow escapes the Antichrist, because that's what that is referring to in Daniel chapter 11. So somehow Moab and Ammon and Edom, somehow they escape the Antichrist during the tribulation. Really, really curious having that kind of conversation. And we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to the next chapter, in chapter 16. But let's go back to Isaiah chapter 15. But basically what I want you to understand is that Moab was going against Israel. The king of Moab wanted to go against Israel. But then sometimes there's this superficial kind of relationship going on. But then they were, it's just like, it's weird to see how they kept attacking Israel. And somehow, for some reason, they are going to still escape the Antichrist, as per Daniel chapter 11, verse 41. So let's go back to Isaiah chapter 15. In Isaiah chapter 15, verse 2, it says, "He has gone up to the temple in Dibon, to the high places to weep. Moab will wail over Nebo and over Medaba. On all their heads will be baldness, and every beard cut off." So here we're just talking, there's a lot of cities that we're going to be talking about here, but just know that a lot of these cities are unknown. A lot of people don't know what cities that these are relating to. But most of the areas are east of the Jordan. We know that. And these areas were severely attacked by the Assyrians. And so the broad picture here is that God is using the Assyrians to punish Moab. So this chapter essentially encapsulates Moab and the cities within Moab. So all of these cities that we are reading about were in the area of Moab. And so at the end, Assyria is going to come against them, and it's going to be all kinds of bad, and that's the judgment that is going to be on Moab. So Assyria is going to go against Moab. So here in verse 2, where it talks about the baldness and every beard cut off, this was a shade, these people shaving was a great sign of mourning. The whole sackcloth and ashes type vibe. That's essentially what's going on here. They acknowledge what's going to happen, and they are just mourning because of it. So in verse 3, continuing on, it says, "In their streets they will clothe themselves with sackcloth. On the tops of their houses and in their streets everyone will wail, weeping bitterly. Heshbon and Elah will cry out. Their voices shall be heard as far as Jahaz. Therefore the armed soldiers of Moab will cry out. His life will be burdensome to him. My heart will cry out for Moab. His fugitives shall flee to Zoar like a 3-year-old heifer. For by the ascent of Luhith they will go up with weeping. For in the way of Horonim they will raise up a cry of destruction." So in verse 6 it says, "For the waters of Nimrim will be desolate, for the green grass has withered away. The grass fails, there is nothing green." So there's going to be a drought of some kind. that was going to take place, or that took place in Moab. And in verse 7, continuing on, it says, therefore the abundance they have gained and what they have laid up, they will carry away to the brook of the willows. For the cry has gone all around the borders of Moab. It's wailing to Eglam, and it's wailing to Beer Elam. For the waters of Dimon will be full of blood, because I will bring more upon Dimon, lines upon him who escaped from Moab, and on the remnant of the land. So lots of stuff going on there. I can't even pretend to begin to dive in. I mean, there's a lot of people who are much smarter than me who really don't understand half of those cities. But the idea here is that all of those cities, a lot of those cities are within the area of Moab, and Assyria is going to go against them. Now, we know it's so fascinating thinking about how God can use and is using us all. Now, that's what's so interesting about it, because there are people who are never going to give their life to Christ. And so when you think about that, understand that they're still going to be an instrument for God. And so the people who give their lives to Christ, they will be an instrument for God. So whether or not you give your life to God, you are going to be used according to his will one way or the other. It's just fascinating thinking about that. And so what I mean by that is when you look at Assyria, for example, Assyria was just full of pride, and we're like, yeah, we're going to do our own thing, and we're going to wreck houses, and we're going to take, we're going to destroy everything. And that was their pride. But God wanted them to do that. And that's just an interesting thing. So God used them for his doing. Now, the same thing is true for people who are living for the Lord. They will be used for his purpose as well, but in a completely different context. Very fascinating kind of stuff. So now we get into Isaiah chapter 16. And Isaiah chapter 16 is really, really fascinating. But before we dive in, let's, in chapter 16, Moab, let's go to 2 Chronicles real quick. 2 Chronicles chapter 20. 2 Chronicles chapter 20. In 2 Chronicles chapter 20, or maybe, yes. So in 2 Chronicles chapter 20, we're going to read 15 verses, or no, we'll just read a couple verses. We'll skip around here. But in 2 Chronicles chapter 20, verse 1, it says, it happened after this that the people of Moab with the people of Ammon and others with them besides the Ammonites came to battle against Jehoshaphat. Then some came and told Jehoshaphat, saying, a great multitude is coming against you from beyond the sea, from Syria, and they are in Hazazon Tamar, which is En Gedi. So you have the Moabites entering the picture here, but let's skip on over to verse 14. In 2 Chronicles chapter 20, verse 14. 2 Chronicles 20, verse 14, it says, then the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jahaziel, the son of Zechariah, the son of Benaiah, the son of Jeiel, the son of Mattaniah, a Levite of the sons of Asaph in the midst of the assembly. Verse 15, and he said, listen, all you of Judah, and you inhabitants of Jerusalem, and you, King Jehoshaphat, thus says the Lord to you, do not be afraid nor dismayed because of this great multitude, for the battle is not yours, but God's. I find that very fascinating because you have Judah, and God shows up and he's like, don't be afraid. He's like, this is not your kind of fight. This is my fight. And I find that fascinating. You see that time and time again, with Elijah, like where he had his servant, he was like, his servant was freaking out. And then he was like, God, can you please open his eyes? And then his eyes opened up and there was chariots of fire all around him. They were surrounded. The people, they thought they were surrounded, but really they were the ones surrounding them. It's just a matter of perspective. And so it's just interesting because God was telling Jehoshaphat, he's like, hey, don't worry about it. He's like, this is not your battle. This is mine. And we know how that's going to work out for them. But let's go ahead and go back to Isaiah chapter 16. So in Isaiah chapter 16, we are going to read the first 5 verses, and then we're going to go all over the place. So just get ready for that. This is a fun thing. So in Isaiah chapter 16, verse 1, it says, send the lamb to the ruler of the land, from Selah to the wilderness, to the mount of the daughter of Zion. For it shall be as a wandering bird thrown out of the nest, so shall be the daughters of Moab at the fords of the Arnon. Take counsel, execute judgment, make your shadow like the night in the middle of the day. Hide the outcasts. Do not betray him who escapes. Let my outcasts dwell with you, O Moab. Be a shelter to them from the face of the spoiler, for the extortioner is at an end. Devastation ceases. The oppressors are consumed out of the land. In mercy, the throne will be established, and one will sit on it in truth in the tabernacle of David, judging and seeking justice and hastening righteousness. Okay, so we're going to stay here for a while, but these five verses are really quite something to ponder. At the very least, these things are, it's crazy, because obviously, like, without, like, if this is your first time seeing those passages, you're probably like, what the heck did I just read, right? Very interesting. But when you remember in Isaiah writes about what happened in the past, like what he was prophesying something that was going to happen during their time, and he was prophesying about stuff that's going to happen in the future. So it's very interesting. So it was a very local kind of prophecy that was going to happen while they were alive, and then yet also something that was going to happen in the future. Now we know that that is true because of what just was read in verse 5. In verse 5, it talks about one sitting on the throne in the tabernacle of David. That clearly is a futuristic kind of thing, right? Now, obviously, this wasn't applicable during this day, and so that's why we know that. And so it was, so these verses were for their day, and yet they were for the future as well. Now, what I want to kind of try to navigate here is I want you to first understand a little bit of the titles that are going on here, just to kind of get the wheels spinning. But at the end of verse 3, it says, hide the outcasts, do not betray him who escapes. Okay, so somebody's trying to escape. Who is escaping, and why are they escaping? That's the first question I want you to think about. Who is escaping? Second question is, in verse 4, it says, let my outcasts dwell with you, O Moab. Now that's fascinating, right? Because now we have the capital M. This is God talking. Let God's outcasts dwell with you, O Moab. So God's people, he's talking about Israel. He's talking about Israel. Okay, so in verse 4, moving on, it says, be a shelter for them from the face of the spoiler. So we have somebody with the title spoiler. Who could that possibly be? But then it goes on and it says, for the extortioner is at an end. So you have somebody with the title spoiler and somebody with the title extortioner. Now, I'm going to propose to you an idea, and so just hang on, because we're going to be going all over the place. Thanks, Karina. This is really interesting, but let's take it step by step. In verse 3, it says, do not betray him who escapes. That's at the end of verse 3. It says, do not betray him who escapes. Let's go to Matthew chapter 24 real quick. Let's go to Matthew chapter 24. So Matthew 24 is a very well-traveled chapter, because you can glean a lot of information from Jesus himself, while Jesus was boots on the ground here on earth. But in Matthew 24, verse, it tells you, we don't need to read the entire thing. But in Matthew 24, let's start reading at verse 4. In Matthew chapter 24, verse 4. So they ask him in verse 3, what are going to be the signs of your coming? So that's the question that's on the table. So his disciples are like, what are the signs of your coming? In verse 4, Matthew 24, 4, it says, and Jesus answered and said to them, take heed that no one deceives you. For many will come in my name, saying, I am the Christ, and will deceive many. And you will hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that you are not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines, pestilences, and earthquakes in various places. All these are the beginning of sorrows. Then they will deliver you up to tribulation and kill you, and you will be hated by all nations for my name's sake. And then many will be offended, will betray one another, and will hate one another. Then many false prophets will rise up and deceive many. And because lawlessness will abound, the love of many will grow cold. But he who endures to the end shall be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom will be preached in all the world as a witness to all nations, and then the end will come. Verse 15. Therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place, whoever reads, let him understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Okay, so this is what I'm going to, I'm just trying to get you to understand, bring that to the forefront of your mind. So you have a lot of stuff going on. Jesus is giving the signs of the end times, like the signs of his coming. He's telling them what to keep an eye out. But here in Matthew chapter 24, verse 15, he tells them, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place, what that is referring to is where sometime in the future, the Antichrist is going to go into the temple, and he is going to sit down in the temple, and he's going to say that I am God. That is what he's going to do. And so he says to the people here, now keep in mind, he is talking to Jewish people here. In Matthew 24, he is talking to the Jewish people. And it's very clear because in Matthew 24, verse 16, he says, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Why didn't he say let those who are in New York or those who are in California? He specifically says, let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Now, we could go all over the place with this, but I want you to just zoom in on verse 16, because in Matthew 24, verse 16, he says, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. So these people are going to flee. Okay, so we're going all over the place here. Now, they are going to flee. So now when you go back to Isaiah chapter 16, in Isaiah chapter 16, verse 3, at the end of verse 3, in Isaiah 16, verse 3, it says, hide the outcasts, do not betray him who escapes. Now, this is interesting. So let's go, with all that in mind, we're going to be going all over the place. Now, let's go to Revelation chapter 12. This is really fascinating. This is really fascinating. In Revelation chapter 12, we're going to just read the entire chapter just because you need to get the flavor of it to really wrap your mind around what is happening. So in Revelation chapter 12, verse 1, Revelation chapter 12, verse 1, it says in Revelation 12, verse 1, it says, now a great sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a garland of 12 stars. And then being with child, she cried out in labor and in pain to give birth. And another sign appeared in heaven, behold, a great fiery red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 diadems on his heads. His tail drew a third of the stars of heaven and threw them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman who was ready to give birth to devour her child as soon as it was born. Now here, just so you guys can wrap your minds around it, the woman here is Israel. Israel gives birth to a child. The child is Jesus. And the dragon is ready to devour this child as soon as it is born, the child being Jesus. So you have 3 players on the board. You have the woman, which is Israel. You have the child, which is Jesus. And you have the dragon, which is Satan. So those are the players that are on the board right here. So in verse 5, Revelation chapter 12, verse 5, it says, she bore a male child who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron. And her child was caught up to God and his throne. Then the woman fled into the wilderness where she has a place prepared by God. She fled into the wilderness. Fascinating. Keep that in mind. She fled into the wilderness. That they should feed her there 1,260 days. And war broke out in heaven. Michael and his angels fought with the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought, but they did not prevail. Nor was a place found for them in heaven any longer. Now it's interesting because right now, as we are speaking, Satan can go before the Lord, and he can he's basically accusing you and I every single day. He's going there, and we know that from the book of Job. He's constantly going in front of the Lord, saying how worthless you are and saying how worthless I am. And he's bringing up all the stuff that we've done, and that's just what he's doing. But there's going to come a time to where he is no longer allowed in heaven. So that's this time right here. So in verse 8, it says, but they did not prevail, nor was a place found for them in heaven any longer. Verse 9, so the great dragon was cast out, that serpent of old called the devil and Satan, who deceives the whole world. He was cast to the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. So there they go. They gone. Verse 10, it says, "Then I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now salvation and strength in the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ have come. For the accuser of our brethren who accused them before our God day and night has been cast down. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. And they did not love their lives to death. Therefore rejoice, O heavens, and you who dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth. And see, for the devil has come down to you, having great wrath, because he knows that he has a short time." So that's quite a picture that we're seeing here. But here is where I want you to really focus. That was just the background. Now we're diving into what I'm trying to relate back to Isaiah. So let's read Revelation chapter 12, verse 13. In Revelation chapter 12, verse 13, it says, "Now when the dragon saw that he had been cast to the earth, he persecuted the woman who gave birth to the male child. But the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness to her place, where she is nourished for a time, times, and half a time from the presence of the serpent. So the serpent spewed water out of his mouth like a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away by the flood." So what I want you to think about here is this is very, very strange kind of stuff that we're reading about here. You have all of these, it's a visual that we can't really wrap our minds around, but we can kind of guess. And so that's what we're going to do right here. And I'm going to propose to you an idea. But here in verse 14, it says, "But the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle." Now, first off, there are people out in the world who say that the great eagle represents America, because what's America's national bird? No, it's not America. This is not America. I'm just not even going to entertain that. But in verse 14, it says, "But the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle." So remember, the woman is Israel. Israel is taken out and flown into the wilderness. That is interesting that she is flown into the wilderness. Now keep that in mind. But then in verse 15, it says, "So the serpent spewed water out of his mouth like a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away by the flood." Now it's possible that this flood, some people, it could possibly be alluding to the Euphrates River, but it tells us that in verse 16, it says, "But the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed up the flood, which the dragon had spewed out of his mouth." So you have this crazy thing happening. You're seeing Israel, you're seeing Satan get kicked out of heaven, and so now he's no longer allowed to go to heaven. So then he gets kicked out of heaven, and he falls to the earth. And he already hates Israel as much as he possibly can right now. But now he knows that his time is short. And so he goes after Israel, who is going into the wilderness, and he sends his flood after Israel, who is in the wilderness. And so the flood is coming, but then the earth opens up and it swallows the flood. Now the flood is often used as armies. We'll see that as we read Isaiah chapter 17. So this could be alluding to the armies that are going against Israel, because he's going to use everything he can to destroy Israel. Okay, so now let's go back to Isaiah chapter 16. So in Isaiah chapter 16, let's look at this again with all of that kind of stuff in mind. In Isaiah chapter 16, verse 3, it says, "Hide the outcasts, do not betray him who escapes." Now, if you remember in Matthew 24, Jesus says, "Hey guys," and he's talking to the Jewish people. He's like, "Hey, when you see the abomination sitting in the temple, flee to the mountains." And so I find that very provocative, because here in Isaiah chapter 16, God is saying, hide the outcasts, do not betray him who escapes. Let my outcasts dwell with you, O Moab. Now, we know Moab is Jordan. That's Jordan. And we read in Daniel chapter 11, verse 41, that Moab, Edom, and Ammon were the 3 people who were not going to be getting attacked by the Antichrist for some reason. And so it's very interesting to see this kind of stuff. So you see that it says, hide the outcast in Isaiah chapter 16, verse 3. It says, hide the outcast, do not betray him who escapes. Those are the people, those are the Jewish people who are escaping during the tribulation. It's so interesting because these people, okay, so right now you have these people who, okay, so I am holding so many places in my Bible. Where can I let go? Here, let's go to let's go to Daniel, in Daniel chapter 9 real fast. So in Daniel chapter 9, just to kind of recap, in Daniel chapter 9, verse 24 through 27, you have the coolest prophecy ever. I mean, the Holy Spirit basically breaks it down in everything but seconds, essentially. He tells you what's going to happen. So in Daniel chapter 9, verse 24 through 27, you're given this amazing prophecy, and Gabriel tells Daniel that there's 490 years that is on the table. There's 490 years. And so 483 years were fulfilled of that prophecy when Jesus rode into town on a donkey. So Jesus rides into the town on a donkey right when he should have, right how Gabriel told Daniel that he was going to do, and he fulfilled 483 years of the 490 prophecy. So if you have 483 years that are checked off the list, you're still missing 7 years. So that's what Daniel chapter 9 verse 27 is talking about. So in Daniel chapter 9 verse 27, it says, then he shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week. The he here is referring to the Antichrist. So this Antichrist, sometime in the future, is going to confirm or strengthen a covenant, whether it's existing or not, who knows. He's going to confirm a covenant with Israel for 1 week. And then it says, but in the middle of the week, he shall bring an end to sacrifice and offering. So what this is telling us is that sometime in the future, after the rapture, in my opinion, I believe the rapture is going to happen. But then after that, there's going to be 7 years that are going to be fulfilled. And that's what Daniel 9:27 is talking about. So this temple is going to be built. Now, here's where it gets interesting. You're thinking about the Jewish people, right? Because this is all about the Jewish people, the time of Jacob's trouble, right? Jacob's trouble, Jacob equals Israel. The time of Jacob's trouble is the time of Israel's trouble. So we know that the Jewish people, largely in part, are blind because they missed the time of their visitation. That's documented in Luke 19. So when Jesus rolled up on a donkey, the Jewish people, they did not accept him. They rejected him. That was their national rejection of Jesus at that time. And so it's just interesting because there were some people who cried out, "Who is blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord," right? But that was not not the national acceptance. And so they were blind in part, and that's what Romans chapter 11, verse 25 tells us, that they were blind in part until the fullness of the Gentiles actually comes in. So in Daniel chapter 9, you see that this temple is going to be there. And so in Matthew 24, Jesus tells the Jewish people to, hey guys, when you see the abomination of desolation in the temple, flee to the mountains. So these people, the Jewish people, they're blind. They're blind right now. They're spiritually blind, and they're going to have their eyes opened up. But what's interesting about it is that it's going to take the entire Great Tribulation in order to really wake them up. And what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? Let's go to Daniel chapter 12. Daniel chapter 12 is really, really interesting. In Daniel chapter 12, like when I say that the Jewish people, it's gonna take a lot to get these people to wake their eye, to open up their eyes to who Jesus is. So let's read Daniel chapter 12. In Daniel chapter 12, verse 1, it says, at that time Michael shall stand up, the great prince who stands watch over the sons of your people, and there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that time. And at that time your people shall be delivered, every one who is found written in the book. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, some to shame and everlasting contempt. Those who are wise shall shine like the brightness of the firmament, and those who turn many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. Now here's where we're getting into the interesting part. In we're going to read a couple more verses. But in verse 4, it says, "But you, Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book until the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall increase. Then I, Daniel, looked, and there stood two others, and on this river bank and on the other river bank. And one said to the man clothed in linen, who was above the waters on the river, How long shall the fulfillment of these wonders be? Then I heard the man clothed in linen, who was above the waters of the river, when he held up his right hand and his left hand to heaven, and swore by him who lives forever, that it shall be a time, times, and half a time." And get this right here. "And when the power of the holy people has been completely shattered, all these things shall be finished." That's the part I want you to focus on right there. In verse 7, it says, at the end of verse 7, it says, "And when the power of the holy people has been completely shattered." Why in the world? When the power of the holy people has been completely shattered, all these things shall be finished. Thank you, Travis. So I want you guys to understand, it's really crazy to think about this, but obviously, like, the Great Tribulation, you have 3.5 years and 3.5 years, time, half time, 42 months, whatever you want to call it. You have the first 3.5 years out of the 7 years, because 3.5 plus 3.5 equals 7. The first 3.5 years are going to be a time of false peace. It's going to be fake. It's not going to be real. But there's going to be some kind of something going on, some kind of covenant, right? But then at the end of the 3.5 years, he's going to break that covenant, and he's going to go into the temple, and the Jewish people are going to see that they were deceived by the Antichrist. But what's interesting about that is, when you think about it, the Jewish people know that he wasn't the Antichrist, or that he wasn't the real Messiah, even though they looked at him in a kind of way. But he didn't come from Israel. He wasn't this guy. He's a Roman. We know that this dude is going to be a Roman, because in Daniel chapter 9, it tells us, in Daniel chapter 9 verse 25, in Daniel chapter 9 verse 26, it tells us that he's going to be a Roman. So this guy is clearly not the Messiah. And it's interesting looking at it from a Jewish perspective, because from a Jewish perspective, the Jews know that when the Messiah comes, they're not going to have to do sacrifices anymore. So it's interesting to look at it from a Jewish perspective, and this is kind of like a new thing for me, because I'm like looking at it again, and I'm like, well, if you're a Jewish person, you're not going to need to do the sacrifices in the temple anymore if the Messiah is there. And so it's interesting, because these people are going to still be doing those sacrifices until he goes into that temple, and then he's going to sit down and he's going to say, "Hey guys, I'm God." And they're going to be like, "No, you're not." And then they're going to flee. They're going to run to the mountains. And so that's what's so interesting about this entire thing, because Jesus tells them, those who are in Judea, flee to the mountains. In Revelation chapter 12, you see the woman, you see the child, and you see the dragon. And then the woman flies into the wilderness. She's there for 3.5 years. And then the dragon sends in a flood after her, trying to wipe her out, trying to wipe Israel out. But then the earth opens up and it devours the flood. So I hope you're kind of getting like an overall sense of this entire thing. But what I want you to understand is what we read in Daniel chapter 12 is that you see, and when you look at these Jewish people, you learn that they are some of the most prideful people ever. They are insanely prideful. They want nothing but to like kind of like they're it just, I don't know how else to say it. Yeah, so they're super prideful. And so when you read Daniel chapter 12, it says in verse 7, it says, "When the power of the holy people has been completely shattered," that's talking about their pride has finally been broken. It took a whole great tribulation for them to open their eyes, to be like, and then they will mourn before him whom they pierced. And it's just interesting seeing this type of stuff. So with all that kind of stuff in your mind, I'm just proposing to you my idea. I'm not telling you what to think. I'm just telling you that this is really fascinating, and you can take it or leave it. But let's go back to Isaiah chapter 16. because I want you to see it again with everything that we just talked about, and I'm going to point some other things out here. Because in Isaiah chapter 16, verse 4, you have, in Isaiah chapter 16, verse 4, you have the title, the spoiler, and then you have the extortioner. Those are titles of the Antichrist. So that's talking about the Antichrist. So now let's read verse 3 and 4 again, but think about what we just talked about in everything that all the verses that we just unpacked. In Isaiah chapter 16, verse 3, it says, take counsel, execute judgment, make your shadow like the night in the middle of the day, hide the outcasts, do not betray him who escapes. It's interesting, right? Like, flee to the mountains. We know that they're going to flee to the mountains. We know that Moab is going to be somehow safe from the Antichrist because of Daniel chapter 11, verse 41. Fascinating. But in Isaiah chapter 16, verse 4, it says, let my outcasts dwell with you, O Moab. Be a shelter to them from the face of the spoiler, from the face of the Antichrist. For the Antichrist is at an end. Devastation ceases. The oppressors are consumed out of the land. Wow. That is so crazy. That is so interesting to me. I find that so fascinating. And this is just a short little chapter here. But let's go to verse 5. In Isaiah chapter 16, verse 5, it says, in mercy the throne will be established. So it says the mercy will be, or the throne will be established. So it hasn't happened yet. We know this. We talked about this a million times. The throne has not been established yet. It will be. But continuing on in verse 5, it says, and one will sit on it in truth, in the tabernacle of David, judging and seeking justice and hastening righteousness. So here in this verse, where it says, and one will sit on it in truth, in the tabernacle of David, the word tabernacle there, it's not the temple. It's a dwelling place. It's a home. This is talking about the home. And so when you think about the home of David, it was a palace. So this is talking about the kingdom. So it says, and one will sit on it in truth in the palace of David. If there's a palace, there's a kingdom. So this is talking about the kingdom. So it's very interesting to think about that. But let's go to Matthew chapter 25 now. Let's go to Matthew chapter 25. So in Matthew, so in Daniel chapter 12, if you continue reading to the end of the chapter, because we stopped at verse 7, if you continue reading to the end of Daniel chapter 12, you get into the sheep and goat judgments. And so that's what a lot of what happens in Matthew chapter 25. You have the whole sheep and goat judgments. And so what you have is, just so you can understand, just wrap your mind around the sheep and goat judgments very simply, is the order of events is, from my perspective, my opinion, and people disagree, but mine are, the rapture happens, then there's 7 years of tribulation. And then after the 7 years of tribulation, the second coming. We come back with Jesus. There's a difference between the rapture and the second coming. The rapture is where we go up and we meet him in the air. The second coming is where we come back with him to the ground. So you have the rapture, 7 years tribulation, the second coming, which is at the Battle of Armageddon. Then after the Battle of Armageddon, you have the sheep and goat judgments. Now that's just an interesting thing. You're going to have these people who are separated to the left and separated to the right, right? And so you have goats to the left, sheep to the right. And so during the sheep and goat judgments, they are going to be judged based, like, it's almost like a, just to kind of put it, and this could be very way wrong, but you know how we talked about the judgment seat of Christ, the Bema seat? You know how we're all going to stand before the judgment seat of Christ, the people who are born again? And all of our works, all the good stuff and bad stuff, it's going to be standing there right in front of us, and it's going to be lit on fire, and all this stuff that we've done for the Lord, that's what's going to remain. All the stuff that we haven't, that was nothing, is going to be dissolved. It's going to be no more. And so the sheep and goat judgments is going to be kind of like that in a roundabout way, but I mean that I'm saying that very lightly, but I'm just trying to get a point across, because these people during the sheep and goat judgments are going to be judged based upon how they treated God's people. So the Jewish people. And so there's going to be people who come out of the tribulation, and they're going to be judged based upon how they treated them. Like, hey, when did we feed you? When did we give you clothing? When did we, give you drink? All this kind of stuff. So you have the rapture, you have the 7-year tribulation, you have the second coming, the battle of Armageddon, you have the sheep and goat judgments, and then after that you go right into the millennial kingdom. And then after the millennial kingdom, during the millennial kingdom, Satan is bound into the bottomless pit for 1,000 years. So you have 1,000 years where Satan is locked up. And then at the end of the 1,000 years, Satan gets released. He goes and tries to deceive all the humans who are left on the earth. That's not you and I. That's the people who make it through the tribulation. And if you're born again, that's not you and I. And then after that, Satan gets locked up. It's a great way to throw in judgment. So that's just the way to see it. But it's very fascinating seeing this kind of stuff. So in Isaiah chapter 16, verse 5, it says, in mercy the throne will be established, and one will sit on it in truth in the tabernacle of David. So when we go to Matthew 25, let's go to Matthew 25, verse 31. So in Matthew 25, verse 31, it says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the holy angels with him, then he will sit on the throne of his glory. So he is going to do that. And Matthew 25 is echoing Isaiah chapter 16. That's very provocative. So let's go to Zechariah now. Let's go to Zechariah chapter 6. So in Zechariah chapter 6, verse 12, it says this. Zechariah 6, verse 12, it says, then speak to him, saying, thus says the Lord of hosts, saying, behold, the man whose name is the branch. From his place he shall branch out. He shall build the temple of the Lord. Yes, he shall build the temple of the Lord. He shall bear the glory and shall sit and rule on his throne. So he shall be a priest on his throne, and the council of peace shall be between them both. I mean, it's just really interesting trying to keep all of these things in order in our very linear kind of minds. It's very difficult, but this is kind of stuff that is really fun to unpack, because what you're seeing here is you're seeing Isaiah centuries and centuries and centuries before Jesus was even born, writing about his birth, how he would be born, where he would be born, how he would die, all the things that he would be doing. And then you have Zechariah talking about the branch, Jesus, about his throne, talking about his throne. These are people, many of these people all throughout the Bible didn't know each other. You have all of these books, you have 66 books, you have over 40 different authors from different walks of life. You have kings, you have priests, you have prophets, you have fishermen, you have all these people writing the Bible, and they're all writing about the same person. They're all writing about what he's going to do, and they not once are stepping out of line. In the places where people think they are contradicting each other, it's something that can be explained, and it's just so funny the things that they're literally zooming in on like this tiniest detail, and they're like, what do you got for this? And they just want it to be wrong so badly, and it's heartbreaking seeing that kind of stuff, because they're trying so hard to find a flaw. They think that they did it because they watched a TikTok video, not because they read the Bible themselves, not because they studied, not because they actually are searching, but it's because they don't want to change from their ways. They don't want to leave their lifestyle. And so that's what's so interesting, because when you look at our lives right now, what it comes down to, no matter how you want to look at it, it comes down to your willingness to submit. And submission is a difficult thing. When you look at the Jewish people, they literally have to go through the Great Tribulation in order to actually open their eyes. It takes the whole Great Tribulation for them to actually come to and understand. You and I are grafted in, obviously, and we are here to provoke them to jealousy, but it's fascinating to see what it really comes down to. Pride. We are just prideful people, and so we need to lower ourselves and be humble and understand. It's so funny because I was thinking about this, like somebody was Tamara, she's probably sleeping right now, but she's like, Ryan, you're so humble. And I was like, I am the most humble person ever. And I'm like, no, you guys don't understand. I was like, it's so funny because we look at other people in the world and we're like, man, that person is so smart. But let's say they know this much. This is what we focus on. They know this much. What we don't focus on is how much they don't know. And so that's what we need to understand about one another, and myself included. Like, I know this much, but if you compare this to this huge world of what I don't know, it's astounding. And so I want to focus on what I don't know. That's what scares me. That's what's crazy. That's what I want to know about. But I only know this much. And so we need to understand that. And so when you put it in contrast, when you put it in view with the bigger picture, it's funny how we look at ourselves and we're like, oh yeah, I'm really smart. Because we all know those people, thank you, Candy, like we all know those people who pride themselves in being the smartest person in the room, right? Like I'm sure you guys probably, somebody's coming to your mind right now. And so what's interesting about those people is that they want to be the smartest person in the room for some reason. But when you zoom out on their knowledge, what you end up seeing is that they're like, oh, you know this much. What you don't know is a lot more than what you actually do know. And it's just a pride thing. Let go of your pride. What are you holding on to it for? It's not doing you any good. It's just getting in the way of everything. And let this mind be in you, right? That was also in Christ Jesus. Philippians chapter 2. That is what we need to know, or that is what we need to keep on reminding ourselves. But anyways, in Isaiah chapter 16, this whole Isaiah chapter 16 verse 1 through 5 is just filled with all kinds of cool things. It is just like, it is so rich with it. And I'm just like, I really enjoy thinking about this because my mind really goes all over the place. So you got a lot there. Okay, I'm gonna take a drink. Oh, hey, it's my birthday. All right, so let's go ahead and go on to Isaiah chapter 16, verse 6. In Isaiah chapter 16, verse 6, moving on. So we read this passage not too long ago. It says, we have heard of the pride of Moab. He is very proud of his haughtiness and his pride and his wrath, but his lies shall not be so. So you have this whole kind of concept here where, hey, thank you. Yeah, I'm getting old. You have, we talked about it before, where you have, what is it? You have the pride of Assyria. If you remember Assyria, thanks, Travis. Thank you, Barb. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to derail that. I shouldn't have said that. Thank you guys for that. I appreciate it. It's your husband's birthday too. Very cool. Thank you. Tell him happy birthday. Thanks, Chris. I am old. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. But in Isaiah chapter 16, verse 6, it says, we have heard of the pride of Moab. Now, if you remember in Isaiah chapter, just a couple chapters ago, we talked about the Assyrian pride. Now, the Assyrians had a ton of pride. They were basically bragging about how they could go in and they could take all kind. Thank you, Karina. I appreciate it. Thank you. But the Assyrians were very prideful people. They were boasting about how they could basically eliminate anybody and take all of their idols, and they used their idols as a way of like a war trophy of sorts, and they were brag about it. 36, yeah. Thanks, Kellogg. So you have the Assyrians being very prideful, and then now you have what we talked about before, the Moabites being very, very prideful. But the ultimate pride was what we read about in Isaiah chapter 14. Because in Isaiah chapter 14, you learn about Lucifer, you learn about Satan. Satan is the culminate, just the absolute pinnacle of pride. It is completely terrible. Pride is what God hates the most. And if you go to Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16, 17, and 18, you'll learn that about God. In Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16, it says, these 6 things God hates, yes, 7 are an abomination to him. And the very first thing that he lists is a proud look. And so it's so important for us to look at ourselves and to just lay it down. Like there is like, hey, thank you, KB. Happy birthday. Hey, thank you, Candy Light. Thank you guys. I'm so old. But it's so interesting to think about pride, because when it comes down to it, like when you progress throughout time, it's so cool. Like when you think about it for a second, like when you are young, you act childish. When you are in your 20s, you're excited about how strong you are. Like you feel invincible, like untouchable. When you're from 30 years old to 50 years old, you're in the stage where you're probably making the most money that you'll ever make in your entire life, if we're boiling it down. But then after 50 to 100 or whatever, you come down to it to where you are it's to the realization that you're mortal, and thoughts you're thinking completely differently than what you ever had before. And so it's so interesting when you look at your life, when you look back in time and you look back on everything that you've ever done. It's amazing how you often think, what have I done? Like, what did I do with the time that I was given? Because all of like when I go back my teenage years, it was all selfish. It was selfish. It was what I wanted to do, right? I was a child. I was like, what am I going to do? What's the next thing? What's the next thing? What's the next thing? Now, I was involved in church, of course, but my mind was elsewhere. Then when you're in the 20s, you start thinking a little bit differently. You're like, oh, I got to start growing up a little bit, but then you're still not. But then you still are, but then you're still not. And then you're in your 30s and you're thinking differently. And then you're in your 40s, you're thinking differently, 60, 50, 60, 70s. But when you look back, it's so interesting because when you get older, you gain perspective. And so people who are older, they look back, they recognize their frailty, and they're recognizing their weakness. And so as we get older, it's just a train that can't be stopped. We're going forward, guys. Like it just can't be stopped. But what's fascinating about it is that when you progress throughout time, when you get older, you become weaker. But what does Paul tell us about him? Remember the thorn in his flesh? When I am weak, he is strong. So it's fascinating because when you think about that, when you grow older, many times people who are Christians, they start paying more attention to God. Why? Because they're recognizing their frailty. They have that perspective that they are not going to live forever. Now, the people who are younger don't have that kind of perspective, so they don't know how to think yet. And so it's just very interesting how different minds think, different perspectives. We're all looking at the same picture, but we're looking at it from different angles. You're up here, I'm down here, you're over here, I'm over here. So we need to really learn how to think. So pride just gets in the way of everything. So there's no reason to hold on to it. And so that's what I'm saying, like the whole knowledge stuff, like the best thing to do with knowledge is give it away. Because if you give it away, then you're not special anymore. I don't want to be special. I'm not trying to be special. Like I'm not going to, like, I don't know. Like you ask me a question, I'll be like, I don't know. It could be talking about this, but I'm not really sure. I haven't really studied it. I can only really speak on things that I've actually dove into. And I don't know a lot. There's a lot more than what I don't know, but it's just interesting how pride is at the center of many people's lives. Women, for example, women with the looks, like that is their pride. Men, it's their strength when they are younger. Like they just, but beauty, it's fleeting. It's going away. That's why when you look out into the world and you look at all these celebrities, they're just pumped full of, they don't look real anymore. And so it's just fascinating seeing that kind of stuff. They're trying to hang on to what they once were, not wanting to grasp what's coming. They don't want to look ahead. That's why people don't want to talk about what's coming down the line. That's why you don't talk about death anymore, because why would you want to do that? Oh, way to be a downer. No, I'm not trying to be a downer. I'm trying to get you to think about what's coming. And so we need to understand what's coming, because then when we understand what's coming, then we can prepare for it. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to get people to understand what Jesus did on the cross to save them. For God to love the world, that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. It's just crazy. You have it right now. It is everlasting life, starting back when you got justified, whether it was 1 year ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, yesterday. That was when you were born again. It's so cool. But here in Isaiah chapter 16, verse 6, it says, "We have heard of the pride of Moab. He is very proud of his haughtiness, and his pride and his wrath, but his lies shall not be so. Therefore, Moab shall wail for Moab. Everyone shall wail, for the foundations of Kir Harsheth. You shall mourn, surely they are stricken." So here in verse 7, Moab, where it says Moab shall wail for Moab, it's because of the impending judgment that is looming around the corner. Moab shall wail for Moab because of Syria is coming, and they're going to wipe them out. Now, not all of them are going to die. We'll see that here shortly. But let's read verse 8. In verse 8, it says, "For the fields of Heshbon languish, and the vine of Sibmah, the lords of the nations have broken down its choice plants, which have reached to Jazer and wandered throughout the wilderness. Her branches are stretched out, they are gone over the sea. Therefore, I will bewail the vine of Sibmah." So in verse 9, this is Isaiah wailing now, where it says, "Therefore, I will wail." So Isaiah says, "Therefore, I will bewail the vine of Sibmah with the weeping of Jazer. I, Isaiah, will drench you with my tears, O Heshbon and Eliel, for battle cries have fallen over your summer fruits and your harvest. Gladness is taken away, and joy from the plentiful field. In the vineyards there will be no singing, nor will there be shouting. No treaders will tread out wine in the presses. I have made their shouting cease." It's interesting that it says no shouting, because what they would end up doing, this is hilarious. Have you guys ever seen that video? It's probably like 15 years old maybe by now, but you have this woman that's on live television, and she's stomping grass or stomping on grapes in a bucket, and she's like, it's a competition to see who could stomp the grapes the most. And then she, the time runs out, and then she stops, and then she looks at her opponent, and then she stomps 3 more times, and then she falls out of the bucket, and she's like, oh wow, like she's like on the ground just like in so much pain. It's got to be one of my top like 5 favorite YouTube videos. I hope you guys know what I'm talking about. If you haven't seen that, you should probably watch it because it's hilarious. Anyways, these people, what they would do back then is that when they would crush on these grapes, they would say, what was it, like Haddon. They would basically be shouting while they're doing this in a good kind of way. So here it says, "No treaders will tread out wine in the presses. I have made their shouting cease." So there's not going to be anything good happening here. In verse 11, it says, "Therefore my heart shall resound like a harp for Moab, and my inner being for Kir Heres. And it shall come to pass, when it is seen that Moab is weary on the high place, that he will come to his sanctuary to pray, but he will not prevail. This is the word which the Lord has spoken concerning Moab since that time. But now the Lord has spoken, saying, within 3 years, as the year of a hired man, the glory of Moab will be despised with all that great multitude, and the remnant will be a very small and feeble." So here it says within 3 years. So within 3 years from this time, there was the king of Assyria, the king Sennacherib, actually ended up wiping Moab out. Now, well, he didn't completely destroy it and wipe it off the face of the planet, obviously, because then that wouldn't allow Moab to exist today. And that would negate everything that we just read about Daniel chapter 11, verse 41, how Moab will escape the Antichrist. But he took them down to a very small percentage. The remnant, there was a remnant that's going to remain here in Moab. And this actually took place by a king named, the king of Assyria that actually ended up doing this was Sennacherib, and we'll be reading about him in the future at some point. Okay, so that's Isaiah chapter 16. I don't know if any of that kind of stuff makes sense to you. That's a difficult thing to really wrap your mind around, but it's really, really cool when you see it, man. And I'm just like, I enjoy thinking about that because it really forces my brain to work in overdrive, I guess, to really work Isaiah 16, verse 3, 4, and 5. Really dive into the weeds right there. It's very, very cool. But if you guys are new here, thanks for being here. I upload all these to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile if you guys wanted to go subscribe over there. That I would appreciate that. That'd be really cool. All the other studies that we've done are up there as well. There's Revelation study, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrew, James, John, Acts, and all the Pauline epistles we've covered so far. Now we're diving into Isaiah. And a lot of the stuff that we're talking about are secondary issues. The one thing I want you to know more than anything else is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. There's only one way, and that is by believing that Jesus is God's son, believing that he died on the cross for your sins, that he was buried, that he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It's a free gift. For by grace are you saved through faith. And then not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. I hope you understand that. I hope you understand that. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me here on TikTok. You don't have to follow me here on TikTok in order to send me a message. You can just message me at any time. So feel free to do that. Anyways, let's go ahead and dive on into Isaiah chapter 17. Actually, let me put you on pause. Let me put you on pause for 20 seconds, and then we'll dive on into Isaiah chapter 17. So BRB. We will return after these messages. That's right. All right. All right. Can you guys hear me? iPhone. What's up, Bridget? Hello. You probably make your chat. What's up, DJ Nick, Mark, Holly? Yes. Holly, I'm glad you're with us. Oh, it's a weekend. I see. What's up, Jackie? What did you guys think about that? Like, give me some feedback about Isaiah chapter 16, just because I'm curious before I forget to ask you about that. I was going to say, it gets your mind to think with the whole Revelation 12, them running into the wilderness, escaping, right? Like Jesus saying, when you see the abomination of desolation, flee to the mountains. You're seeing the wilderness, being the wilderness, those who escape, all of this kind of stuff. It's alluding to so much more. Ivy Beauty, hello, you're new here. Nice to meet you, Ivy. My name is Ryan. Thanks for being here. I'm glad you're here. Did you guys like that? Yes, Sandy. I don't know if it makes sense, if it seems to fit, maybe not. I'm open for any kinds of feedback, honestly. But okay, so let's go ahead and dive on into Isaiah chapter 17. Yes, okay. Outcasts were the Jews. Yeah, respiratory. Because in Matthew 24, he's talking to the Jewish people there. Those who are in Judea, flee. Who are in Judea? The Jews. Yes, a lot to think about, right? Very interesting. Okay, reminds me of how stubborn we are. Yeah, right, Barb. Jews are extremely prideful. But it's fascinating because, Isaiah 53, you get them to read that chapter, the forbidden chapter to the Jews, and it makes their eyes open up a little bit. Awesome, Karina. Cool. All right. Hello, Joy. All right, let's go ahead and go on into Isaiah chapter 17. So Isaiah chapter 17, so we're shifting gears here. So in Isaiah 15, we were talking about Moab. In Isaiah 16, we were talking about Moab. And now in Isaiah 17, we are shifting gears to Syria. So this is an interesting one. In Isaiah chapter 17, verse 1, it says, the burden against Damascus. Behold, Damascus will cease from being a city, and it will be a ruinous heap. Now, it's interesting because this nearly happened back during Isaiah's time. This nearly took place when the Assyrian king Sennacherib, wiped out this area, but it didn't wipe it out completely. Here, it says, behold, Damascus will cease from being a city, and it will be a ruinous heap. Now, obviously, that didn't take place because you can go to Damascus right now. I wouldn't recommend it, but it's interesting because some people think that this already happened, while other people think that this is yet to happen. So, chapter 17 is going to give us some really, really interesting insight. We just have so much to talk about. It's just got so much to talk about. So here in Isaiah chapter 17, it says, the burden against Damascus, behold, Damascus will cease from being a city, and it will be a ruinous heap. Now, we know that what's going on over in Israel, it's fascinating because Israel is constantly bombing Damascus. Like it's just a normal thing. Like it's not out of nowhere. It's not out of the normal kind of thing for Damascus airports and whatnot to be bombed, because Iran keeps sending all of their munitions, and they're sending it through Damascus airports, and Israel is aware of this, so they just keep taking out the airports and stuff like that. So it's really fascinating seeing that kind of stuff happen. But there's going to come a day, from my belief, that Damascus is actually going to be wiped out. Actually, I don't think it actually took place like how some people do. I think it's still yet future, and I think we could see it in our time, just because of how spicy everything is getting right now. Everything is heating up so much right now. It is unreal. It is unreal. Damascus getting hit by Israel. I mean, you're seeing Israel is on an island right now, and America is just keep on backing up. I didn't watch the Biden speech that he gave today, but I heard it was terrible, and it didn't represent the Jewish people or the Jewish state in any kind of way. And Biden made it seem like there was going to be a ceasefire and they were going to, negotiate terms and stuff like that. But he did it when, so Israel doesn't even have time to respond. They'll respond here in 20 hours or something like that. But it didn't represent the Jewish state at all, because they're not gonna negotiate at all. They are set to take out Hamas. That's their goal. That's this is happening. And so to them, they're saying, hey, America, either help us or get out of here. And so it's interesting because you're seeing America getting further and further away from Israel. And I think that's the only thing that's kind of stopping the judgment from America, because we are currently protecting them to some degree. But what you're seeing is that you're seeing, if this is America and this is Israel, we used to be like this. You couldn't see any daylight, right? But now we're getting further apart, and now there's daylight in between us. And so now you're seeing the enemies of the Jewish state, they see that happening. They see it. They see the weakness. So they're taking advantage. They're going to start getting more emboldened. And so that is going to create a chain reaction unlike we've ever seen, I think. And so Hezbollah, I told you already before, has already launched 1,000 rockets into Israel just this month. And by this month, I mean May. It's June now. But just in the month of May has launched over 1,000 rockets. That is crazy to think about. 1,000 rockets. And I told you before, it's only going to take one rocket to get through the Iron Dome. What if the Iron Dome doesn't work properly for just a couple seconds? The rocket's going to get through, and it's going to hit their targets, and it's going to create all kinds of chaos and anarchy. But God is allowing that Iron Dome to continue to operate fully functional right now. And it's really interesting because it's just going to take one to not work, and then it's just going to be game on. But you're just seeing all this kind of stuff. You're seeing all the tunnels going on, and from Rafah to Egypt, all of these things that are coming to light. It's fascinating. Sure seems like the world needs a false savior right now. They are going to be chomping at the bit for somebody to be the Mr. Fixer, the Mr. Fixer-upper kind of guy. That's going to be the Antichrist. He's on the horizon. But let's go ahead and dive on into chapter 17. In Isaiah chapter 17, it says, the burden against Damascus. Behold, Damascus will cease from being a city, and it will be a ruinous heap. I think that is future coming. I think that's going to be happening in our lifetime. Verse 2, it says, the cities of Aroer are forsaken. They will be for flocks which lie down, and no one will make them afraid. Verse 3, it says, the fortress also will cease from Ephraim, the kingdom from Damascus, and the remnant of Syria. They will be as the glory of the children of Israel, says the Lord of hosts. So here in verse 3, so in verse 1, 2, and 3, you have a couple players on the board. If you remember back in chapter 7, back in chapter 7, you had Damascus. You remember Syria forming a coalition with the northern kingdom, or Ephraim? That's what's going on here. You have Syria. Now Damascus uh, is the capital of Syria. So you have Syria and Ephraim both brought to the forefront again. And the in chapter 7, there was the coalition between Syria and Ephraim, or the northern kingdom, and they were going against Judah. But now they are going to be joining forces against Assyria, because they're acknowledging that Assyria is coming. And so instead of going against the southern kingdom, they are redirecting their effort to go against and defend themselves against Assyria, because the Assyrians are going to come and wipe them out. And so they're going to stand their ground and try to battle this and be like, we're not going down without a fight, not knowing that this is God who is allowing this judgment to happen on Ephraim and Damascus, or Syria, because Ephraim is the northern kingdom. If you remember, you have the northern kingdom, you have the southern kingdom, 10 tribes in the north, 2 tribes in the south. Good stuff to know. So you have it all. You have the northern kingdom and Syria brought back to the forefront. They're going to get wiped out by the Assyrians. So here in verse 4, you have a phrase that I would like you to put little brackets around, because in verse 4 it says, in that day. Now, if you want to in your Bible, put little brackets around that, because it says in that day. So it says in that day in verse 4. Now go over to verse 7, because in verse 4, in verse 7, it says in that day. So you can put brackets around that if you would like to as well. And then in verse 9, it also says in that day. So in that day, in verse 4 and verse 7 and in verse 9, that could be referring to the Assyrian army invading Israel, or it also could be alluding to the second coming. And so this is what's so difficult about the book of Isaiah. There's so many double references that you're just like, is it there? Is it not? But you're seeing, is this like a local prophecy, or is it also a local prophecy as well as a future prophecy? And so if you keep that in the back of your mind as we read throughout this, you decide. Tell me what you think. Am I frozen? Hello, Susie. No, I'm not frozen. Okay. Hello, Dee Dee, Holly, Jules, Sandy. Okay. Sorry, Susie. Maybe back out and come back in. No, you're good. What's up, Froggy? Joy, no. Hello, Travis, Katarina, Mark. Good here. DJ Nick, Melissa. Hello. I don't know what your name is, but you just got a planet in your as your name. So hello, planet. Not frozen. Okay, Cindy. So it's just an interesting thing. It's really challenging to try to figure out what is local and what is also futuristic, because it's either one or the other, or it might be both. And so it's just fascinating seeing that. BRB. Okay, Susie. So in Isaiah chapter 17, verse 4, it says, in that day it shall come to pass that the glory of Jacob will wane. So the glory of Jacob. So what is Jacob? What else was Jacob called? Israel, right? The time, Jeremiah 30, verse 7, the time of Jacob's trouble, the time of Israel's trouble. So here in verse 4, it says, in that day it shall come to pass that the glory of Jacob will wane. So it continues on and it says, and the fatness of his flesh grow lean. It shall be as when the harvester gathers the grain and reaps the heads with his arm. It shall be as he who gathers heads of grain in the valley of Rephaim. Yet gleaming grapes will be left in it, like the shaking of an olive tree, 2 or 3 olives at the top of the uppermost bough, 4 or 5 in its most fruitful branches, says the Lord God of Israel. Okay, so there's a lot going on here, but essentially in verse 3 through 6, what we just read, basically all the inhabitants will be destroyed. And so it's going to be like gleaning an olive tree. There will be a few berries left on top, meaning only a few people will remain. So the Assyrians we need to remember that the Assyrians were very, very cruel people. They did all kinds of stuff just to strike fear into the heart of other people. So they would have these hallways just filled with skulls and all kinds of terrible things that they would do just to make people be fearful of them. And so this is what's so interesting, because the Assyrians are going to be enacting all of this judgment. And so the Assyrians, like this is one of the reasons why so when you think about Assyria, you need to remember what the capital of Assyria is. So the capital of this giant empire, the Assyrians, the capital of it was Nineveh. Now, this is one of the reasons why Jonah was so mad that God didn't destroy them. Because if you guys remember in Jonah, you guys want to go to Jonah real fast? Go to Jonah. I think it's chapter 3. Go to Jonah. Jonah chapter 4. Oh no. Jonah chapter 3. In Jonah chapter 3, verse 10. In Jonah chapter 3, verse 10, so this is after Jonah finally went to Nineveh after he didn't want to. But keep in mind that Nineveh is the capital of the Assyrians, right? And Jonah was a patriot. He wanted to see these guys pay because he knew what all the things that they were doing. And he's like, I need you to stop, and God, I need you to wipe them out. But God loved them as well. So even though that they're going to get wiped out eventually, he still didn't want them to perish. And so he sends Jonah. He's like, hey, Jonah, go do this for me. Jonah's like, I ain't doing it. He's like, I want you to wipe them out. And so God's like, nuh-uh, you got to go give him a chance. And so Jonah ends up going, and he tells them what they need to do, not wanting to do that. And so he does it anyways under protest. And then they turn from their ways. And so in Jonah chapter 3, verse 10, it says, then God saw their works, and they turned from their evil way. And God relented from the disaster that he had said he would bring upon them, and he did not do it. So now when you read Jonah chapter 4, you see that Jonah is just, he's all kinds of butthurt. Like, this dude is just not happy. He's like, I'm not happy. I wanted you to wipe them out, and I knew that you would spare them. And so anyways, you have this whole dialogue. And so God ends up talking to Jonah in verse 9. Let's read Jonah chapter 4, verse 9. In Jonah chapter 4, verse 9, it says, then God said to Jonah, is it right for you to be angry about the plant? And he said, it is right for me to be angry, even to death. That's Jonah talking. But the Lord said, you have had pity on the plant for which you have not labored, nor made it grow, which came up in the night and perished in the night. And should I not pity Nineveh, that great city, in which are more than 120,000 persons who cannot discern between their right hand and their left, and much livestock? So here, God is talking to Jonah, and he's trying to make him understand something that is so far beyond our ways. Now, there's so much here because talking about the plants, and so it really makes you think, like, because Jonah wasn't worried about the plant, and it's so interesting because, you know, going back to in Isaiah chapter 14, how Isaiah wanted to be he wanted to be like El Elyon, which was the strongest of the strong. Like, that's what he wanted to be. He wanted to be the strongest person. And I told you, it's interesting that Satan doesn't want to be the shepherd. He doesn't care about being a shepherd. That's God characteristic. He doesn't care about that. He wants to be the strongest. But God, one of his attributes is being a shepherd, and he cares, and he's taking care of us. It's so interesting because you and I, we are so selfish. It's unreal. We think about me, and sometimes we'll think about our spouse, sometimes we'll think about our kids, sometimes we'll think about other people, but it's not very often. It's most of the time it's about us. So here, God is kind of shining a light, and he's giving Jonah a lesson. And it's just so interesting when you're thinking about nature and stuff. Like, so I was sitting outside today with my oldest, and I told her, and I did this with my oldest and my youngest a handful of times, and I told her, I was like, hey, close your eyes and let's just listen. And I was like, she's 7, and I was like, tell me what you hear. I was like, keep your eyes closed, tell me what you hear. Just use your ears. And so then, you know, a bird would chirp, and then I'm like, good, what else do you hear? And then she would hear another bird, and she's like, that's another bird. And I was like, good. And then she would hear a hammer off in the distance, all kinds of, she was identifying these sounds. And I was like, I was trying to get her to think, I was like, do you know that God made that bird? Do you know that God made these trees? Do you understand these things? And I was like, and so like just understanding the shepherdness of his character and understanding that he's providing for these things to live. Like the things that we don't even think about. Like when you see a tree, you're just like, okay, that's normal. But what we don't think about is that God is allowing that tree to grow. Now you see these birds, obviously these birds eat. You see the rabbits running around and they're just doing their thing and they're eating. God's providing for them. That's crazy. He is providing for them. And so, it's really fascinating because at least in our world, we don't see any rabbits that are just perishing from lack of food. Like that is not our problem here in America. But it's just fascinating to think about how he is protecting. And so he is talking to Jonah and he's like, I am taking care of all this kind of stuff. And he's like, what are you talking about? And so he's like trying to, and so this is what blows my mind for all these people who just hate God just for they hate us because of us believing in God, which is crazy because if I believed in a unicorn on a make-believe planet, then they wouldn't have a problem with me. But the fact that I believe in a God, they hate me and they hate people like you and whatnot. And it's unfortunate, but God loves those people just as much as he loves you. And that's what's fascinating. There's nothing he can do there's nothing you can do to make him love you more than what he loves you right now. You can mess up 1,000,000 times in a row and he will still love you the exact same that he loves you right now. It's fascinating. You can do the most anybody has ever done for the Lord and he will love you right now just as much as he loves that other person who is a hot mess. It's mind-blowing. So in Jonah, which, Nineveh is the capital of Assyria, that's the only reason why we're talking about Jonah right now. It's because it says, God tells Jonah in the last verse in Jonah chapter 4, he's like, there's like 120,000 people in Nineveh who don't even know the left from the right. He's talking about children. He's like, these are children. He's like, you want me to destroy these people? And so it's just interesting. And so that's God. That is God. He was not willing that any should perish. We need to understand that. Like, it's crazy. These people who punched them in the face, who put a crown of thorns on him, who whipped him, who nailed him to the tree, those people, he was loving them, and he couldn't have loved them any more than what he did at that moment. That's heartbreaking, and that's astounding, and that's remarkable, and it's fascinating, and it's all kinds of different other emotions all at the same time, but that is the God of the Bible. So I don't even know what we're talking about. So let's go back to Isaiah. In Isaiah chapter 17, in Isaiah chapter 17, verse 5, let's talk about Isaiah chapter 17, verse 5. In Isaiah chapter 17, verse 5, it says, it shall be as when the harvester gathers the grain and reaps the heads with his arm. It shall be as he who gathers heads of grain in the valley of Rephaim. Now, if you recognize like the word Rephaim, you might have picked up on the I-M at the end of it, Rephaim. Rephaim, it's plural. Now, Rephaim, this is one of the 4 tribes that Joshua was told to destroy. And he was told to destroy every man, every woman, and every child. Now, these Rephaim, they were apparently Nephilim. That is interesting. They were apparently Nephilim or giants, gigantus. These guys were giants. And so it's interesting because the word Rephaim here is the same word, and you can track this all kinds of other places. So we're only going to look up 2 of them. But let's go to Joshua chapter 12. Let's go to Joshua chapter 12. In Joshua chapter 12, verse 4, in Joshua chapter 12, verse 4, it says this. Joshua chapter 12, verse 4, it says, the other king was Og, king of Bashan, and his territory, who was of the remnant of the giants who dwelt at Ashtaroth and at Edrei. So the word giants there in Joshua chapter 12, verse 4 is the name Rephaim. So these are giants, and that's interesting to consider. But let's look up one more. Let's go to 1 Chronicles chapter 20. 1 Chronicles chapter 20. First Chronicles chapter 20. In First Chronicles chapter 20, verse 6, it says this. First Chronicles 20 verse 6, it says, "Yet again there was war at Gath, where there was a man of great stature, with 24 fingers and toes, 6 on each hand and 6 on each foot. And he also was born to the giant." So the same word that's used in Isaiah and the same word in Joshua and the same word in Chronicles is Rephaim. This was one of the tribes that was supposed to be completely wiped out by Joshua. And you're going to get into this whole study of these giants, and people really get lost in this kind of stuff. The last verse that was mentioned is First Chronicles chapter 20 verse 6. Melissa, First Chronicles 20 verse 6. And there's plenty of other passages that reference Rephaim, but that's just one of them. I'm just trying to give you a little baseline for them. But that's what's going on in those passages. Very, very interesting. Six fingers, 6 toes. Very, very interesting. It takes you all the way back to Genesis chapter 6, because in Genesis chapter 6 it says the sons of God saw the women on the earth, and they basically did something to them. So where the women on the earth gave birth to Nephilim, gigantus, giants, whatever you want to call them. And so that's so interesting, because it brings into this whole conversation about why did the flood happen to begin with. Well, when you think about Genesis chapter 6, it talks about how Noah was found perfect. It just means that his DNA was unadulterated. It wasn't messed with. It was unmixed. It was unimpaired. And so you see this mixture, the mixture of demons mixing with humans. Demons mixing with humans. And so if you read Daniel chapter 2 at the end of verse 39 or 40, I think it is, I'm guessing, it talks about how they mingled with the seed of men. It says they mingled with the seed of men. Now that's fascinating. Who are they, and why would it say they are mingling with the seed of men? Because if I'm mingling with the seed of men, I wouldn't say it like that. I'm just like, hey, I'm a human mingling with another human. That's what I would say. I wouldn't even say, so it's like, who is the they? Who is they that are mingling with the seed of men? If you say they are mingling with the seed of men, you're painting a picture of two very different origins. And so they could be referring to the Nephilim mingling with the seed of men. It's very fascinating. And so that's why the whole, as in the days of Noah. So what you're seeing here in our world today is you're seeing a wantingness and a pursuit of mingling iron with clay. You're seeing it. What does iron represent? Well, technology. And what does clay represent? Well, we are made of the dust of the earth. And so it's just fascinating seeing all this kind of stuff. Anyways, don't need to talk about that, because that's just this whole different conversation. But let's go on to Isaiah chapter 17, verse 7. Isaiah chapter 17, verse 7. In Isaiah chapter 17, verse 7, it says, "In that day," there's that phrase, "in that day. In that day, a man will look to his maker, and his eyes will have respect for the Holy One of Israel." So here in verse 7, in that day, so after verse 3 through 6, after after the Assyrians wipe these people out, there's going to be a few people left. So after the Assyrians wipe these people out, there's going to be a few people left. And so in verse 7, in that day, after they're wiped out and only a few people are left, a man will look to his maker, and his eyes will have respect for the Holy One of Israel. Now that's interesting. Now, why is that telling us this? Well, because what they're doing now, they are worshiping false idols. So they were not looking to their maker. They were worshiping false idols. Let's keep on reading. Verse 8, it says, "He will not look to the altars, the work of his hands," which that's what the altars were, just people building stuff and worshiping it. "He will not respect what his fingers have made, nor the wooden images, nor the incense altars." Remember, The northern kingdom was full of idolatry. That's important to understand. Important to remember. The northern kingdom was full of idolatry. So after they get wrecked, they will finally look to their maker, and they will not look to the things that they made with their own hands. They will look to God. And so in verse 9 it says, in that day his strong cities will be as forsaken will be a forsaken bow and uppermost branch, which they left because of the children of Israel, and there will be desolation. Verse 10, because you have forgotten the God of your salvation and have not been mindful of the rock of your stronghold. Therefore, you will plant pleasant plants and set out foreign seedlings. So here, if you wanted to, just to kind of make this kind of make sense with like taking out the middle of it, just to kind of summarize it in a roundabout way, you could read Isaiah chapter 17, verse 4, and go straight from verse 4 to verse 10. Because in Isaiah chapter 17, verse 4, it says, in that day it shall come to pass that the glory of Jacob will wane. So we know that the glory of Jacob will wane. The glory of Israel will wane. Then if you go straight from verse 4 to verse 10, it tells you the reason why. Because it says, because you have forgotten the God of your salvation. It's a very simple thing. Like, these people turned away from God. If you're trying to dumb it down as simple as you possibly can, all this stuff is happening because of verse 10. Because you have forgotten the God of your salvation and have not been mindful of the rock of your stronghold. Therefore, you will plant pleasant plants and set out foreign seedlings. It's so interesting that it says, it's just so provocative. It's so provocative because it says you have forgotten the God of your salvation. Now, I need you to remember who we're dealing with here. You're dealing with Israel. You're dealing with the northern kingdom here, the 10 tribes. These people went through so much. It's so crazy. They forgot. How did they forget? How did these people forget? That doesn't even make any sense to me, right? It doesn't make any sense to you. How could they forget, right? Because of what we know. But if you look out into our world right now, what you see going on in America is that people have forgotten. They have forgotten. It's like history doesn't mean anything anymore. It's like the only thing that we learn from history is that we're going to repeat it. And so we keep repeating history because we keep messing up. We go further and further away from God, then he judgment comes, and then we learn, and then maybe we won't learn. But it's interesting to look at Israel because they were a part of the Exodus. They saw all the plagues that happened in Egypt. They went through the wilderness. They saw the fire by day, or the fire by night, the cloud by day. They saw the Red Sea parting. They saw the water from the rock. They saw the manna. They saw Mount Sinai, the 10 Commandments, the glory. They saw all of these things. And then here, in verse 10, it says, because you have forgotten. It is just so crazy to think about that. Like, it is such a simple thing to read over, but man, what an important thing. And I said it before when we were going through the Pauline epistles. Remember. Like, Paul was constantly reminding people, remember. Why did he say remember? It's because we forget. It doesn't seem like we will forget, but it's little by little, generation by generation. Think about it. I want you to zoom out from go to your grandparents, right? Because if you can remember your grandparents, how did your grandparents treat your mom and dad? And then look at your mom and dad, and how did your mom and dad treat you? Did they pour into you? Did they tell you about the Bible? Were they telling you about God? Were they telling you and teaching you and raising you up in that kind of way? Or was it just like a once a week going to Sunday, and that was about it? Going to church once a week for 1 hour, and that was it? Is that how it was? Did you even have that? Did you have any of that at all? Or was it, we never went to church and I don't know anything about church? No matter what the answer is, it's just fascinating, because what that is a slow fade and forgetting God. It is a slow decline, slow fading away from God. It is little by little by little by little until it's just no longer. And that's crazy because that's what you're seeing in our world today. So God says in verse 10, he says, because you have forgotten the God of your salvation, unreal, and have not been mindful of the rock of your stronghold. Therefore, you will plant pleasant plants. It's so fascinating thinking about the rock. So you remember in the Old Testament how Moses struck the rock and then the rock divided and water came forth. Miracle, super neat. And then later on, God told Moses to speak to the rock, but Moses was upset, so he struck the rock again, and then water came out. But that gave the people the wrong impression, and so that was the reason why Moses wasn't allowed into the promised land. Fascinating topic. So what's so interesting about in the Jewish world is that I think it's the Feast of Tabernacles, if I'm thinking correctly. But in the Feast of Tabernacles, maybe, I think it is. It's one of the feasts. I think it's the Feast of Tabernacles. What they end up doing is that the priest will get this vase of water. It's like and they will go up, and all the Jewish people are around for this part of the feast. And what the priest will end up doing is he will end up pouring the water onto the ground. And it's really fascinating, the reason why they're doing this. And so what I want you to picture is I want you to picture a ton of Jewish people gathering around. And they're watching this priest go up, and he goes up on like this little higher spot, and then he pours the water on the ground. They do that to remember the wilderness wanderings when Moses hit the rock and the water came out of the rock. They do that to pour water on the ground to remember. So right when the water starts coming out, everybody's quiet so they can hear. They want to hear the water. And so it's so interesting. It's like, when Jesus and John, like when they were pouring the water out during this time, Jesus is like, come to me. I'm completely blanking on it now, but he's like, I am the water of life, right? Like he says those things. That's mentioned plenty of times in the book of John chapter 4, John further along, John chapter 12, maybe, I don't know, John chapter 11, I can't remember. But then even in Revelation chapter 22, it talks about this everlasting water. So it's just so fascinating that these Jewish people are listening and they hear this water hit the ground and they all get quiet because they want to hear it. But they don't know what they're doing. They're blind. It's just so fascinating. Okay, let's go back to Isaiah chapter 17. In Isaiah chapter 17, verse 11, it says, in Isaiah chapter 17, verse 11, it says, in the day you will make your plant to grow, and in the morning you will make your seed to flourish. But the harvest will be a heap of ruins, in the day of grief and the desperate sorrow. So here in verse 9, 10, and 11, because they turned from God used Assyria to enact judgment on the northern kingdom. So that's what we're seeing. But here, as we go to verse 12 through 14, this is where God begins to speak to the Assyrians. So he was talking to the northern kingdom. Now he's going to address the Assyrians. So in verse 12, 13, and 14, he's changing who he's talking to, and he's going to be talking to the Assyrians. And so in verse 12, 13, and 14, there are also some people who think that verse 12, 13, and 14 is also referring to what takes place during the Battle of Armageddon. So I'm just throwing that out there. And so you can listen to it with that kind of lens on, see if it works for you, and you can decide. But in verse 12, it says, woe to the multitude of many people who make a noise like the roar of the seas, and to the rushing of nations that make a rushing like the rushing of mighty waters. So here, this is speaking to the Assyrian army. He's comparing it to the roar of seas and to the rushing of nation that make a rushing like the rushing of mighty waters. So remember when we talked about, and go back to Revelation just because we talked about this, but now we're actually here. So maybe this will kind of draw some dots for you. But it's mentioned time and time again. But in Revelation chapter 12, remember that whole time like where the woman runs into the wilderness and she's picked up by an eagle, and then Satan goes after her, and then Satan sends in this flood, right? And so I want you to let's read Revelation chapter 12 verse 15. In Revelation chapter 12 verse 15, it says, so the serpent spewed water out of his mouth like a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away by the flood. Now it's interesting that we have in Isaiah chapter 18, I'm sorry, where are we? In Isaiah chapter 17, verse 12, in Isaiah chapter 17, verse 12, this is speaking to the Assyrian army during the local time, and he's using the Assyrian army, and he's talking to the Assyrian army, and he's equating it to water. So an army, he's saying that they are the roar of the seas and to the rushing of nations that make a rushing like the rushing of mighty waters. And so that's what I'm trying to get you to see here in Revelation chapter 12, that the serpent that spewed water out of his mouth like a flood after a woman, that he might cause her to be carried away by the flood, could be armies. The Antichrist is going to have armies at his disposal. It's just so fascinating seeing this kind of stuff. You all kinds of talks about the United Nations. All kinds of things are just on the horizon. Just trying to like imagine this. Like, we know there's going to be a one world government. We know that there's going to be one person who's in charge of all of this, and that he's going to be at the top of that pyramid, and he's going to be calling the shots. We know that there's going to be people who cannot buy or sell during this time unless they get the mark of the beast. And it's so interesting to see what's going to happen and try to understand what's happening. And it's really kind of cool. But anyways, let's go back to Isaiah chapter 17, verse 13. In Isaiah chapter 17, verse 13, it says, the nations will rush like the rushing of many waters, but God will rebuke them, and they will flee far away and be chased like the chaff, the mountains before the wind, like a rolling thing before the whirlwind. So in verse 13, the Assyrians defeated the northern kingdom, but God would stop them from defeating Judah. If you remember, the Assyrians, their role was specifically to go wipe out the northern kingdom. But the Assyrians got a little too prideful, and they started going a little bit too far towards Jerusalem. And so that was a bad decision by them. And so they're going to get taken out of the way. So that's essentially what's going on here. But in verse 14, it says, then behold, at eventide, trouble, and before the morning he is no more. This is the portion of those who plunder us, and the lot of those who rob us. And now, obviously, the Assyrians, at one moment, were all there, and then the very next morning, they were no more. There was 185,000 of them, and we'll go check that out some other time. I think we already touched on it a little bit, but we'll go back again and read it. But remember that when there's 185,000 Assyrians, and then in the morning they were all completely destroyed. Ain't a thing. No big deal. Okay, so that's Isaiah chapter 17. Some interesting stuff to consider there, to say the least. Those Assyrians. What's up, Henry? Telling you what. Hey, where are we? Hello, Michelle. We are in Isaiah. Okay. Good to see you. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and dive on into Isaiah chapter 18. Nice. I'm in the laundry room at work. Okay. Cool stuff. Okay. So now we got morning, man. The sun is shining here. Very cool. Yeah, the sun gets up at like 6:20 now. It's crazy. I'm like, Isaiah chapter 18 is the coolest. Isaiah chapter 18 is an interesting chapter. It's not too long, but we will have some interesting conversations, to say the least. This is really, really interesting. There's all kinds of just weird, just strange things. But in Isaiah chapter 18, verse 1, it says, woe to the land shadowed with buzzing wings, which is beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. Oh man. Okay. Okay. Before we dive into Isaiah chapter 18, guys, if you're new here, thanks for being here. My name is Ryan. We're taking the book, the Bible, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. We're trying to get a better understanding. So if you're new here, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. So hopefully you're learning, and I'm learning a ton. So if you're in good company, but there is a YouTube link up here in my TikTok profile. If you wanted to go check that out, you could go subscribe over there. That would be awesome. I'd appreciate it. Because I upload all these studies up on there. If you want to go back and rewatch it or listen to it again, feel free to do that, because all the Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, all those studies are up there. Very cool stuff. But let's go ahead and dive on into Isaiah chapter 18. In Isaiah chapter 18, it says, "Woe to the land shadowed with buzzing wings." Okay, so in chapter 15, we talked about Moab. In chapter 16, we talked about Moab. In chapter 17, we talked about Syria or Damascus. Now in chapter 18, we're going to be talking about Ethiopia. Now, Ethiopia is also referenced in the Old Testament as Cush. So whenever you see Cush, Cush is Ethiopia, or Ethiopia is Cush. So in verse 1, it says, "Woe to the land shadowed with buzzing wings." Now this is interesting. It says, "Woe." Now typically, if you read the book of Revelation, you see these woes, right? There's a lot of woes. And most of the time, it's like in a negative kind of connotation. But here in 18, Isaiah chapter 18, this seems to be more of a calling of attention to, like, hey, everybody, like, ho, like, get everybody's attention. So he says, "Woe to the land shadowed with buzzing wings." Now, what the heck is that talking about? There's a whole bunch of different commentaries on this, but I found one that seems to make the most sense. It seems to be that this is like, if anybody has ever been to Ethiopia and you get off the plane, what I hear is that, now I've never been, but what I hear is that there are flies all over the place. Like you get off and like you got like one of these things to just kind of like just get the flies away from you. So it's just interesting. So this seems to be, this buzzing wing seems to be talking about flies. "Woe to the land shadowed with buzzing wings, which is beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, which sends ambassadors by sea, even in vessels of reed on the waters." So the vessels of reed are talking about the boats that are made of like papyrus. This is what that's alluding to. It says, even the vessels of reed on the waters. Those are boats. So let's go to what did you? Hi, Mary. I sit through your lives, but at church, an hour and a half seems long. Okay, so in verse 2, it says, "Which sends ambassadors by the sea, even in vessels of reed on the waters, saying, Go, swift messengers, to a nation tall and smooth of skin, to a people terrible from their beginning onward, a nation powerful and treading down, whose land the rivers divide." So here in verse 2, this where it says a nation tall and smooth, this is describing the Ethiopians. They are very tall, and their skin is very smooth because they don't have hair like on their arms and legs and stuff. So this describes the Ethiopians. But then when you move towards the end of verse 2, it says, "To a people terrible from their beginning onward, a nation powerful and treading down." Now, Ethiopians, they have a long history of success in warfare. So these people don't mess around. You know, it's like gonna mess around and find out. Like these people, they're successful in many different types of warfare in their history. But what I want you to keep in the back of your mind as we're about to dive into chapter 18 is that in chapter 18 there is a very apparent global role that Ethiopia has. And it's not that not something that happened in the past, it's something that's going to happen in the future. And it's a global role. So keep that in the back of your mind. Ethiopia, out of all the people, Ethiopia. And we're going to unpack that, which is very provocative to say the least, because when you start diving into it, it's just going to be like, what? We've kind of touched on it in some of the other studies just because We kind of were forced to, but here we are again. So if you were here for those studies, then this might be a little bit of a refresher. But in verse 3, it says, all inhabitants of the world and dwellers on the earth, when he lifts up a banner on the mountains, you see it. And when he blows a trumpet, you hear it. Well, that's interesting. So here in verse 3, this is going to be somehow worldwide attention, and all the world is going to be taking notice. That's crazy. All inhabitants of the world and dwellers on the earth, when he lifts up a banner on the mountains, you see it. And when he blows a trumpet, you hear it. Well, what the heck? So let's go to verse 4. In verse 4, it says, for so the Lord said to me, I will take my rest, and I will look from my dwelling place, like clear heat in sunshine, like a cloud of dew in the heat of harvest. For before the harvest, when the bud is perfect and the sour grape is ripening in the flower, he will both cut off the sprigs with pruning hooks and take away and cut down the branches. So here in verse 2 through 5, this seems to be Isaiah saying not to worry, that God will wipe out the Assyrian army. Possibly, because the Assyrian army was something to be very frightful of. But honestly, these passages I don't really understand, because in verse 5 it says, for before the harvest, when the bud is perfect, it says he will cut both the sprigs off with pruning hooks. And that doesn't even make any sense to me, because I'm like, why would he cut it down before the harvest? And so I don't understand it. So maybe you can roll with that one and see what you come up with, but it's very interesting. I don't know. I got nothing. But then we get to verse 6, and it says, they will be left together for the mountain birds of prey and for the beasts of the earth. The birds of prey will summer on them, and all the beasts of the earth will winter on them. In verse 7, this is where you get to where we're going to stay. Here in verse 7, it says, in that time a present will be brought to the Lord of hosts from a people tall and smooth of skin. And from a people terrible from their beginning onward, a nation powerful and treading down, whose land the rivers divide, to the place of the name of the Lord of hosts, to Mount Zion. So, verse 7 is wild. So, verse 7 is basically echoing verse 2 in many different ways. It's talking about a nation tall and smooth, to people terrible from their beginning onward, a nation powerful, treading down, whose land the rivers divide. It basically echoes verse 2, but it starts it off in verse 7 by saying, in that time a present will be brought to the Lord of hosts. A present. Well, that's strange. And it tells us where his place is going to be at the end of verse 7. It says, to the place of the name of the Lord of hosts, to Mount Zion. And it's remarkable thinking about this, because Mount Zion is in Jerusalem. There is a Mount Zion. You could actually go there right now. It's great, crazy. So what this seems to be alluding to, this present, what is the present? What is the present? In that time, a present will be brought to the Lord of hosts. What in the world could the present be that the Lord of hosts needs? What is it? What does he need? It's so interesting. So the idea here that seems to make the most sense is that this is going to be the so we talked about this before, but you have something that's called the Ark of the Covenant, and you have something that's called the mercy seat. So the Ark of the Covenant, what the Ark of the Covenant, it was made of wood, but it was overlaid with gold. So the inside was wood, the outside was gold, and inside of it was a couple things. You had Aaron's rod, you had 10 Commandments, you had the manna, but then you had the lid. So you have the ark, like the ark, coffin, whatever, the box, and then on top of it was the lid. Or you could say it's a lid, but it's not attached to it. It's different. It's its own separate thing. So the Ark of the Covenant is made of wood that is surrounded by gold. And so the mercy seat is what's on top of it. And the mercy seat is made of pure gold. It is nothing else but gold. So that's interesting. So there's all kinds of ways you can take that, because the Ark of the Covenant, it's decaying because it's not, it's, Ten Commandments, those are Old Testament things. Those things aren't going to last. But you have the mercy seat, which is on top of the Ark of the Covenant. And that seems to be what this is alluding to. Now, that's what is very interesting, because it says, in that time, a present will be brought to the Lord of hosts. Now, so you have the ark, you have the mercy seat, but there's all kinds of different, like, ideas as far as why and where is it? Where is it? Why is it over here? What happened to it? There's this one guy, I'm sure you guys probably saw all the TikToks on it. His name is Ron Wyatt. People are very interested in that, and who knows, like, I don't really know, like, I'm not worried about it personally. Like, it doesn't matter to me. It's not even a secondary issue. Like, I'm not worried about it, but it is something interesting to consider. I don't get lost in it, so I'm cautioning you not to get lost in it. Like, I mean, there's a lot of people like getting all fanciful, and I'm just like, it's okay, but let's talk about it for a little bit. So here in verse 7, you have the ark and the mercy seat. That seem to be what makes the most sense as this present. So here, around the time that Isaiah is writing this, you have a guy named Hezekiah who is king. So we've gone through all the kings. Hezekiah is going to be the last king, according to Isaiah chapter 1, verse 1, because you're given the 4 kings in Isaiah 1:1. Hezekiah is going to be king around this time. So after he dies, now Hezekiah was relatively good for the most part, but after Hezekiah dies, the person who comes up after Hezekiah, the next king, is a guy named Manasseh. Manasseh was a terrible king. He was so bad. This guy was a hot mess. He was so bad that he tried to wipe out Judaism. He tried to destroy all the copies of the Torah, and he did a good job at doing that, but he didn't get them all. He didn't wipe out all of them. They still had some. But it's just interesting thinking about that. That is the king of Judah. He tried to eliminate all that stuff. So then after Manasseh, so you have Hezekiah, then you have Manasseh, and then after Manasseh, you have this guy who is a little boy who becomes king, and his name is Josiah. And so you have Hezekiah, he dies, then you have Manasseh, he dies, and then you have Josiah. And so Josiah becomes king, and he is good. But with all that in mind, like with all like that history in mind, you have Hezekiah, you have Manasseh, and then you have Josiah. Let's look up some of this kind of let's look up some of these passages just so we can get a feel for who we are dealing with. Let's go to 2 Kings chapter 21, and let's learn a little bit about Manasseh before we unpack some of the other ones. In 2 Kings chapter 21, verse 1. In 2 Kings chapter 21, verse 1, it says, Manasseh was 12 years old when he became king, and he reigned 55 years in Jerusalem. 55 years. That is a long time. That is a long time to be a bad king and to thrive that long. I just want you to understand that. He was terrible. He was so bad. 55 years, he was in charge of Judah, of the southern kingdom. So here in 2 Kings chapter 21, Manasseh was 12 years old when he became king, and he reigned 55 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Hephzibah. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, according to the abominations of the nations whom the Lord had cast out before the children of Israel. Now in verse 3, this is the kicker. In verse 3 it says, for he rebuilt the high places which Hezekiah, his father, had destroyed. That is crazy. He raised up altars for Baal and made a wooden image, as Ahab, king of Israel, had done. And he worshipped all the host of heaven and served them. He also built altars in the house of the Lord, and of which the Lord had said, in Jerusalem I will put my name. And he built altars for all the hosts of heaven in the 2 courts of the house of the Lord. Also he made his son pass through fire, practiced soothsaying, used witchcraft, and consulted spiritists and mediums. He did much evil in the sight of the Lord to provoke him to anger. I want you to understand, He knew what he was doing. It's remarkable. So Hezekiah undoes all of this wickedness. And then Manasseh comes up and he's like, I'm 12 years old. You know what? We're going to rebuild that crap. And so he ends up rebuilding all of the high places that were all bad, and he does all the stuff that is completely wrong. It's so crazy to think about what was going on, like all the like little chatter, all the second stuff, like the background stuff that we don't get. We get a bird's eye view. We don't really understand. We're not there. We're not a part of the conversations in many different ways. But it's really interesting thinking about this guy. He's 12 years old. He reigns for 55 years old, and he's doing all of these terrible things just to provoke the Lord to anger. Verse 7, it says, he even set a carved image of Asherah, and that he made in the house of which the Lord had said to David and to Solomon his son, in this house and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, I will put my name forever. So this is all bad. This guy is all bad. Bad news bears. So there's a little bit of a rampage of sorts of Manasseh. But let's go to 2 Chronicles now, chapter 35. 2 Chronicles chapter 35. In 2 Chronicles chapter 35, verse 3. Well, let's read verse 1. In 2 Chronicles chapter 35, verse 1. So in 2 Chronicles chapter 35, verse 1, it says, now Josiah kept a Passover to the Lord in Jerusalem, and they slaughtered the Passover lambs on the 14th day of the first month. And he set the priests in their duties and encouraged them for the service of the house of the Lord. So basically, the little background story is I told you before, Manasseh tried to eliminate all of the Torah. Like, he tried to get rid of it. He tried to burn all the scrolls. Well, a scroll was found, and so then Josiah ended up seeing that scroll by one of the priests. The priests end up reading it to Josiah, and Josiah's like, we got to do better. We are wrong. We got to get back on track. And so Josiah is doing what is right before the Lord. So Josiah was a good king. He was 8 years old, by the way, Josiah. Keep that in mind. It's bizarre thinking about these children running things and calling the shots, and also how either good they can be and also how evil they can be at such a young age. Really gets your mind wondering. But here in in 2 Chronicles chapter 35, verse 3, 2 Chronicles chapter 35, verse 3, it says, then he said to the Levites who taught all Israel, who were holy to the Lord, put the holy ark in the house which Solomon the son of David, king of Israel, built. It shall no longer be a burden on your shoulders. Now serve the Lord your God and his people, Israel. So the focus that we're going to be talking about here is going to be on the ark and the mercy seat. Now, this is just a very interesting kind of conversation, and this is, you can take it or leave it. It's not that big of a deal one way or the other, but I think it's very interesting to consider at the very least. So here in verse 35, you see here in 2 Chronicles 35, verse 3, you see Josiah talking to the Levites. Now, if you remember, the Levites were the ones who basically had to carry the ark, and they had the long poles across, and they put them on their shoulders, and they were walking with it, and that's how they were instructed to carry it. And the Levites were the ones who were allowed to do that. That was their job. So here in verse 3, in 2 Chronicles chapter 35, verse 3, Josiah is instructing the Levites to put the holy ark in the house which Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, built. And he says it's no longer going to be your burden. But what it doesn't say, it doesn't tell us that they complied. So that's an interesting thing. But the Levites, apparently, what they ended up doing is they ended up taking the ark out of the temple in Jerusalem, and they ended up taking it away from Manasseh. Because if you remember, Manasseh, what we talked about before, just a little background, Manasseh was wicked. He was evil. He was trying to undo all of the Judaism, the Mosaic Judaism. He was trying to undo it all. He was trying to burn the Torahs. He was trying to undo all of these things. And if you started doing some of those things, it was capital punishment. And that's just who he was. He was just wicked. And anyways, Manasseh ended up coming back to the Lord at the end of his life, which is fascinating. Talk about mercy and grace. Oh my goodness. So anyways, here in 2 Chronicles chapter 35, these Levites, knowing that Manasseh was a bad king, looking out after what they knew to do, that they needed to protect the Ark of the Covenant, they would pick it up and they would leave. They left. They're like, we're taking this out of here. And so it's just interesting because Manasseh wanted to eliminate the Mosaic Judaism. So it seems, if you keep on reading in 2 Chronicles chapter 35, it seems that they went to a guy called Pharaoh Necho. Pharaoh Necho. So they went to Pharaoh Necho for protection. So stay with me here. So let's go to 2 Chronicles chapter 35, verse 20. In 2 Chronicles chapter 35, verse 20, it says this. In 2 Chronicles 35, verse 20, it says, after all this, when Josiah had prepared the temple, Necho, king of Egypt, came up to fight against Carchemish by the Euphrates, and Josiah went out against him. Verse 21, but he sent messengers to him, saying, what have I to do with you, king of Judah? I have not come against you this day, but against the house with which I have war. For God commanded me to make haste. Refrain from meddling with God, who is with me, lest he destroy you. Now, this is very interesting, and I'm just trying to get your mind to think a little bit. So with what you know about Judah, or I'm sorry, with what you know about Josiah, Josiah was a good king. He's a good king. So what you see here is Pharaoh Necho is coming up, and he is going to go to battle against the Assyrian Empire, who is currently falling apart. So Pharaoh Necho, there's multiple players on the board here. You have Assyria that is breaking apart because they're finally getting defeated. Pharaoh Necho is going to attack Assyria. Assyria is the enemy to Israel. And what ends up happening is that Josiah ends up attacking Pharaoh Necho instead of helping him go against Assyria. So you're just like thinking about this and you're like, why in the world would Josiah attack the person who is attacking his enemy? You would think something along the lines of, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Like that's just a normal way of thinking. So Josiah, he's probably about 20 or so years old by this point. He ends up going against Pharaoh Necho. Pharaoh Necho is going against Assyria, and Assyria is going against Jerusalem. It's just like this whole like triangle. It's just like, hold on, who we fighting? So the question on the table is, why is Josiah going against Pharaoh Necho instead of going against Assyria? And it's a very interesting thing. And so what we learn in verse 21 is that Pharaoh Necho is sending messengers to Josiah saying, hey, I got no beef with you. God is with me, and God told me to go take out the Assyrians. And so Josiah doesn't heed that word, and he goes against Pharaoh Necho anyways. So let's read verse 22. In 2 Chronicles chapter 35, verse 22, it says, nevertheless, Josiah would not turn his face from him, but disguised himself so that he might fight with him, and did not heed the word of Necho from the mouth of God. So he came to fight in the valley of Megiddo. There's that word again, Megiddo. All of these fights, the culmination, it's all going to occur there. The Battle of Armageddon. That's where it's going to happen here. But in verse 23 it says, and the archers shot King Josiah, and the king said to his servants, take me away, for I am severely wounded. So anyways, if you keep on reading, Josiah ended up dying from his wounds there. But what you see in verse 22 is it says in verse 22, at the end of verse 22, it says, and did not heed the words of Necho from the mouth of God. That's interesting. So this guy, so you have Josiah, who is a godly king. You have Pharaoh Necho, who is going against Assyria. And it's just really interesting trying to figure out why Josiah was going against Necho instead of going against Assyria. Now, the answer there seems to be because of why the Levites in verse 3. So remember in verse 3, the Levites took the Ark of the Covenant. You remember the Levites took the Ark of the Covenant away from Jerusalem because of Manasseh. Manasseh was trying to destroy everything, right? He's trying to do everything bad. And so the Levites, seeing what Manasseh was doing, they're like, hey guys, let's get this out of here. And so like they started walking away. The Levites ended up going to Pharaoh Necho for protection. So Pharaoh Necho is now protecting the Ark of the Covenant. So God is talking to Pharaoh Necho, telling Pharaoh Necho to go against the Assyrian Empire. And so as he's going against the Assyrian Empire, Josiah goes against Pharaoh Necho because he knows that he has the Ark of the Covenant. And so he's like, I got to get that Ark of the Covenant back. And so Necho is like saying, hey, don't come after me. God's with me. God might eliminate you if you come after me because God told me what to do. And I'm listening to what God told me to do because I don't want any trouble. And so he's doing what he's supposed to be doing. But then Josiah goes against him and then he gets removed. He gets eliminated. But he was trying to get the Ark of the Covenant back. It's very interesting kind of story, but what's also very provocative and throughout this entire thing is Pharaoh Necho, he was Ethiopian. That's very rather dubious to say the least. Pharaoh Necho was Ethiopian. That is something that should kind of perk your ears a little bit. But that is in 2 Chronicles chapter 35. But now let's go to let's go to Leviticus chapter 16. Let's go to Leviticus chapter 16. In Leviticus chapter 16, we are told a little bit about, in Leviticus chapter 16, verse 2, in Leviticus chapter 16, verse 2, Leviticus 16, verse 2, it says this, and the Lord said to Moses, tell Aaron your brother not to come at just any time into the holy place inside the veil before the mercy seat, which is on the ark, lest he die. For I will appear in the cloud above the mercy seat. So here we learn that the mercy seat is on top of the ark. That's pretty neat. And then we also learn that God will appear in a cloud above the mercy seat. So now let's go to Leviticus chapter, let's just turn the page over, chapter 16, verse 15. In Leviticus chapter 16, verse 15, Leviticus 16:15, it says this, then he shall kill the goat of the sin offering, which is for the people, bring its blood inside the veil, do with that blood as he did with the blood of the bull, and sprinkle it on the mercy seat and before the mercy seat. Now that's very interesting. So this kind of should ring some bells as far as what we talked about before because of what's going on here. Now I want you to understand that you have the Ark of the Covenant, you have the mercy seat, and their instructions were to go and to sprinkle blood on the mercy seat and then step back and sprinkle it before the mercy seat on the ground. Why in the world are they sprinkling it on the ground before the mercy seat? I get why on it, but why on the ground before it? Because that's what's going on in Leviticus 16:15. It says on the mercy seat and before the mercy seat. Let's go to Ezekiel chapter 43. Ezekiel chapter 43. So in Ezekiel chapter 43, this is very interesting. In Ezekiel chapter 43, verse 6, Ezekiel chapter 43, verse 6, it says this, then I heard him speaking to me from the temple, while a man stood beside me. And he said to me, Son of man, this is the place of my throne, and the place of the soles of my feet, where I will dwell in the midst of the children of Israel forever. Now, I want you to understand that here it tells us, he's talking about his throne. He says, this is the place of my throne and the place of the soles of my feet. Now, when you go back to Leviticus chapter 16, you see that they were sprinkling the blood on the mercy seat, and they were also sprinkling it before the mercy seat. Why before the mercy seat? Why there on the ground? Well, according to Ezekiel 43, verse 7, it seems to be because it tells us very specifically that is where the soles of his feet are. And that's very cool because now you're just like, okay, well, now I understand why they're doing all of this kind of stuff. So anyways, Very, very interesting stuff to consider. Let me look something up real fast. Go to First Chronicles 28. Let's go to First Chronicles chapter 28. So in First Chronicles chapter 28, verse 2, in First Chronicles 28, verse 2. In First Chronicles 28, verse 2, it says this: Then King David rose to his feet and said, Hear me, my brethren and my people. I had it in my heart to build a house of rest for the ark of the covenant of the Lord and for the footstool of our God, and had made preparations to build it. Footstool. Like, it's just so interesting to see what's going on. Like, he's dwelling in between. So the mercy seat has two cherubim, or seraphim. Cherubim? Which one is it? Cherubim. Yeah, two seraphs, two cherubim, two on my mind. Two cherubim. And he's dwelling between them. He's dwelling between them. So that's where his presence is. So they would sprinkle on the seat, and then they would sprinkle before. So it's just like he was actually there. It's very interesting thinking about what's going on. Now, they couldn't see any of this, and it's very interesting. But it makes you wonder. Let's go back to Isaiah chapter 18. Let's go back to Isaiah chapter 18. And Isaiah chapter 18, with all that in mind, in Isaiah chapter 18, verse 7, it says, In that time, a present will be brought to the Lord of hosts from a people tall and smooth of skin. So this is talking about Ethiopians, these Ethiopian people. Let's go to Zephaniah now. Go to Zephaniah chapter 3. In Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 10, you get this interesting passage. Hello, Jessica. In Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 10, and in Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 10, it says this: From beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, my worshippers, the daughters of my dispersed ones, shall bring my offering. So that's very strange. You have Ethiopia, and they are going to be bringing his offering. That's Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 10. Just interesting stuff. Okay, so now with all of that, hello, sheesh. I'm doing good, Jess. Thanks for being here. So in let's go to Acts chapter 8. Hello, engines made from soup. Thanks for being here. Let's go to Acts. I know you're trolling right now, but that's okay. Let's go to Acts. Let's go to Acts chapter 8. So in Acts chapter 8, you have this really cool situation that's going on here. In Acts chapter 8, verse 26, you have this encounter with Philip and this Ethiopian treasurer. So Philip has this encounter with this Ethiopian treasurer. Very, very interesting. Now that you're connecting all of the Ethiopian and the treasurer and like the stuff, the present, the gift, the offering, all of those things should kind of hopefully be making some connections here. But in Acts chapter 8, verse 26, it says this: Now an angel of the Lord spoke to Philip, saying, Arise and go toward the south along the road which goes down from Jerusalem to Gaza. This is desert. So he arose and went, and behold, a man of Ethiopia, a eunuch of great authority under Candace, the queen of the Ethiopians, who had charge of all her treasury, and had come to Jerusalem to worship, was returning, and sitting in his chariot, he was reading Isaiah the prophet. Then the Spirit said to Philip, Go near and overtake the chariot. So Philip ran to him and heard him reading the prophet Isaiah, and said, Do you understand what you are reading? And he said, How can I unless someone guides me? And he asked Philip to come up and sit with him. The place in the scripture which he read was this: He was led as a sheep to the slaughter, and as a lamb before its shearer is silent, so he opened not his mouth. In humiliation his justice was taken away, and who will declare his generation? For his life is taken from the earth. So the eunuch answered Philip and said, I ask you, of whom does this prophet say this, of himself or of some other man? Then Philip opened his mouth and beginning at this scripture, preached Jesus to him. Now, this is so interesting on so many different levels. The first thing that I want you to understand here is in Acts chapter 8, you have Philip going up to an Ethiopian eunuch. This guy wasn't just some random Ethiopian. This dude represented the Queen of Ethiopia. So not only did he represent the Queen of Ethiopia, but he was in charge of her treasury. So this dude was a top dog. This was the top G, right? Like this guy, he was coming up from Ethiopia to go to Jerusalem to worship. Now, why was he coming from Ethiopia to go worship in Jerusalem when he could have just stayed there? It's because the word of the Messiah, right? Like the word traveled all over the place. So word got to the Ethiopian people about this guy named Jesus. And so they wanted to go see who he was all about and everything about him. So he starts going to Jerusalem. And when he finally gets there in the area, he learns that we killed him. And so he is just super confused. He's sitting there and he's just like, well, wait a second. I came up here because I heard that the Messiah was here, but we killed him. Why did you kill him? And so he's sitting there in his chariot, and it was just like a whole caravan. Don't think it was just him and a horse. No, this was a whole thing. He was in a whole parade of people. So it was a whole caravan. So he's sitting there and he's reading Isaiah, and Philip runs up to him and he's like, what are you reading? He's like, well, he's like, do you know what you're reading? He's like, I don't understand. Can you tell me? And so then what he's reading here is in Isaiah chapter 53. And so what Philip ends up doing is he ends up starting here, beginning at the scripture, he ended up preaching Jesus to him by going to Isaiah, and he ended up talking to him about those chapters in Isaiah. And so what you read when you go to that area is that you see that Jesus was like the Messiah was going to be killed, and he knew it. And so what I need you to put yourself in the mind of this Ethiopian guy, because this Ethiopian came up to verify if the Messiah was here. Now, why would he want to do that? Why would he want to verify that the Messiah was actually here? Well, it's because he wanted to go back and give the news to the Queen of Ethiopia. Now, why is that important? It's because of what they most likely have in their treasury. Now, what do they have in their treasury? Why in the world are we given the details here that this Ethiopian was in charge of all her treasury? I think it's very important to zoom in on those details because they're there for a reason. Why are we told this, and why aren't we told what he's wearing? Because sometimes we're told what people are wearing. Why are we told this, and why aren't we told what time of the day it was? Because sometimes we're told what time of the day it is. Why aren't we told those things here? Why are we specifically told that he's in charge of all of her treasury? And so it's very interesting to think about Ethiopian. So anyways, you put yourself in the mind of this Ethiopian. Philip ends up going to him. He tells him all about Isaiah 53. He tells him that the Messiah was prophesied to die. And so now the Ethiopian is like, oh, that makes sense. So it's not yet. He's coming back. And he's like, yeah, he's coming back. And he's like, okay, thank you. I'm going to go tell the queen. And so he ends up going back to the queen, ends up telling her that. And he's like, hey, queen, now, take this, people disagree with this, but it seems to make sense with me. So it just seems to make sense go back to Isaiah 18. It seems to make sense in Isaiah 18 that the Ethiopian people have this present that they are one day going to give and bring up from Ethiopia all the way up to Israel. They're going to bring it and they're going to give it to him. And then he's going to sit on it. That is the mercy seat. Jesus Christ is going to sit on that throne. That is going to be his throne. It's unreal to think about that kind of stuff. It's just like, it's still here. Nobody knows where it is. There's all kinds of people who think it's over here, over here, over here. Hey, is it under the Temple Mount? Hey, is it under over here? Is it lost over here? Is it over here? There's all kinds of different speculations, and so that's just mine. That seems to make the most sense, but it just checks out. And so it's very fascinating thinking about this stuff. But what you understand when you read Isaiah chapter 18 is you see that the Ethiopian people have a global role. They have a global role. They're not going anywhere. These people are they're doing stuff. Like they got a mission that needs fulfilled, and this has not yet been fulfilled. So one time, sometime in the future, they are going to bring this seat to Mount Zion, and I think that's pretty neat. So that's what I got for you guys. That is Isaiah chapter 15, 16, 17, and 18. We did it. Those are 4 chapters. Really, really fun stuff. We went all over the place, and I think that's so neat. I think it's so cool trying to wrap your mind around all of these passages and trying to figure them out. And I don't even know. Like, I mean, I'm I can't. I don't know. Hello, Leah. I'm glad you're still here. Have you been here the whole time? I made it. Good job, Holly. Thank you for making it. I agree. What's up, Dava? Awesome, right, Henry Quint? No kidding. Is so neat. But yeah, if you guys are new here, thanks for being here. My name is Ryan. We do these studies probably like 3 times a week, maybe, and I upload them to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here. If you wanted to go check out that YouTube and subscribe over there, I would appreciate it. That's always very cool for me, especially since, you know, they might get rid of TikTok in the future. That's my only other social media. I don't have anything else. So yeah, that is what I got for you guys. I upload those. There's other studies up there as well if you wanted to go unpack them. There's Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, and all the Pauline epistles. We knocked out all the Pauline epistles. And so now we're going through Isaiah chapter by chapter, verse by verse, and holy crap, it is a challenge. We are 18 chapters into it. So we're not even a third of the way, but soon. Happy birthday. Hey, thank you, Jenny and Sandy. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, I am 36. Can you believe it? Are they getting rid of it? I don't know, Jenny. I hope not. As usual, you raised 30 things I need to go study now. Yeah. Thank you, Holly. Happy birthday. I made it too. Good job, Jules. I slept most of the evening because I was so worried about Sam last night. Oh, man. Why doesn't the Ethiopians believe Jesus was crucified? I think they were confused, and so I think just like any type of people, there are going to be people who are left behind, who are just going through the motions. Kind of just some people are, some of them, I'm assuming, this is me projecting, are going to be taken out during the rapture, but others are going to be left behind and be like, oh. And then they're like, we were just going through the motions, just like how people go to church today. They're just going to church just because they think that's what they need to do to go to heaven. Same thing with them, roundabout way. Happy birthday, Ryan. Thank you, Love for All. And Jessica, thank you, guys. I added you and set you to all on YouTube. Hey, thanks, man. Thank you, Rising Lion. Very cool name. So good. Hope you have thank you, Amanda. Hey, thank you, Candy. Thank you so much. Love these studies, right? KSJ, these are so good, man. I am learning so much. I'm glad you guys enjoy them too. It's so good to hear that you guys enjoy them too, because it is so fun and it's challenging. And I'm just like, man, I have learned so much since we've started these things, and we're not even a year into it. When did we start? Was it in September? We're like 9 months into this whole Bible study thing. And we're just making our way downtown, walking fast, faces fast. I can't find the YouTube. Rhonda, hello, Rhonda. There's a YouTube there should be a YouTube link. If you go here on my TikTok profile, there should be a little YouTube or a link tree. If you click on the link tree, then it should take you it should just show you where the link is. Or you could just type in it's sheesh in YouTube, maybe. I did click it. Okay, did you not bio click his face? If somebody could just type in it's sheesh, then oh, there you go. Thank you, Melissa. Here you go. You could just type this in YouTube if you would like. It should pop up if you do it. ITZ_sheesh. I want to say it was, but I don't know for sure. Hello, DJ Nope. I sent the link to Pastor Sam. Very cool. How long do you think we have until the rapture? That's a question right there, Susie. I've told people since we've been doing these studies for 9 months now, I think it's about 9 months. I have been under the impression for a couple of years now that I think that the rapture will occur in our lifetime. Now, I could be wrong on that. I don't know. But that's just the way I see it, just because of how fast things are going, and specifically not how faster things are going in the world, but specifically when you zoom in on Israel. When you zoom in on Israel, that is God's timepiece. I'm sure you probably heard that phrase before, but it's very true. So you look at Israel and you see all these nations coming against him. You see us abandoning them. We're not standing up for them. We're supporting them from a distance. And we are their biggest ally. And so once people see America backing off, they're going to see a chance to go at it. They're going to become emboldened. And I'm telling you, right when people start coming against Israel, it is bad news bears for the world. And so it's so interesting because, no one knows the day, right? We don't know the day, but we can see the signs. We can see how do you know when Christmas is approaching, right? It because when you start driving around, you see little Christmas trees and Santa Clauses all over the place, and you're like, oh, Christmas is coming. So it's the same kind of concept with that. We look at the world, and so the last days has been since Acts chapter 2. Acts chapter 2 has been the last days, but I believe we are living in the last of the last days, which means that I could see the rapture happening in our lifetime. Very, very real situation, which is why we should, try to tell people about Jesus as much as we possibly can. Because when you look back on your life, are you proud with what you've done when it comes to living for the Lord? When you look back and you're like, I don't know, let's just say you're 40 years old. Let's just say you're 50, 40 years old, 30 years old, 20 years old, whatever. Look back in what you've done. And when you ask yourself, if I slid you a blank sheet of paper and I slid across the table very dramatically, like how they do in the movies, and I'm like, hey, go ahead and fill out all the stuff that you've done for the Lord. Like, it's just crazy. It's just like one piece of paper. It's just like, oh man, really gets you to think. So it's very, very interesting. He just said part of a song. Yes, I did, Jenny. What did the teddy bear say? Oh gosh, what did the teddy bear say when it was offered some birthday cake? Ooh. What did the teddy bear say when it was offered some birthday cake? Oh gosh. I don't think I did see it. The chessboard is being set up for sure. Yes, it is, Henry. And I love chess. I actually love playing chess. There's a little fun fact about me. I love playing chess. Don't boast now. Oh, I'm not boasting. I am not boasting. No thanks. I'm stuffed. I'm definitely not boasting, Carrie. If I'm boasting, I'm not definitely not boasting. I'm boasting in Christ. Like, clearly, all glory goes to the Lord for anything that you do, that we as a body, that we as a church do, should all go to the Lord. I have a joke. Stop sending me into an existential. I have question to explain. Do you accept guests? Not right now. He is not boasting. He boasts. I don't think she thinks that. Existential. There we go. Chestnut here too. Let's go, Henry. Awesome. Very cool. Yeah, I love playing. I'm sorry, I wasn't talking to you. Okay. No worries, Karen. I didn't think you were. I just figured I would just clarify just in case. But yeah, gotcha. But yeah, it's the profile with more followers. Signs of the times, all the decorations. There you go. Okay, I'm scrolling all the way. Happy birthday. Hey, Bebox Hobbit. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you, Bebox Hobbit. Oh, man. Yeah. Okay. What's the birthday plan? Birthday plan. I just want some sleep. I hope I get some good sleep today. I didn't sleep well last night, so I was really hoping to have good energy for this, which I feel like I did. So that's very nice. Um, so I would like to sleep, and then when I sleep, the plan is sometime when I wake up to go golf. That'd be fun. Um, would you just said that he went to prepare a place for us in heaven? What did he mean? That goes back to the Galilean wedding, which is very fascinating. Um, when he goes to prepare a place for us, that's a really neat topic. You should really go watch the documentary or movie, whatever it is. I don't know what it's called, but it's called Before the Wrath. And I can't I mean, I'm telling you guys, I don't tell you guys like go watch something, but you need to go watch that. Yes, golfing. That's right. Marinara. Oh, Mariana. Before the Wrath. Yes, Before the Wrath. It's on a couple different platforms, but Tubi is one of them. Hey, thank you, Risha JT. Thank you. Thank you for the birthday wishes, guys. I'm thankful for that. 36 years old. I'm getting so old. My 7-year-old she's like pulling out all the gray hairs that are all over the place. And so we'll just be sitting there on the couch or whatever, and she'll just like slowly reach her hand up and grab one and then just like pull on it. I'm just like, not today. Golf and pancakes. Have you ever been gifted a glitter bomb? Don't even know. I don't even know what that is. Don't don't do that. Don't even worry about it, Leah. You keep your money. Nice golf and pancakes. Golf and pancakes. You know what? Actually, I'm a waffles kind of guy because in the morning I'm making waffles. I love waffles. It's weird how often I don't get waffles. Like, so I love going to Bob Evans. That's like a thing that I do with my girls. I'll take my girls whenever I wake up, and when I say wake up, it's random, like whatever time it could be. But we go there. It's like it's our thing that we do there, and they don't have waffles. And it's just I've complained to the manager, and they threw me out a couple of times, but I'm not going to stop complaining. Ha, free the waffles. That's what we should. That should be the main complaint in the world. We need more waffles. Um, I was just going to say waffles, right, Sandy? My new thing is chicken and waffles. What? French toast. Yes, that's typically what I end up getting, Jules. Love good waffles, too. Yeah, waffles for sure. You're not old, Ryan. You're very young. Thanks, DJ Nick. Thank you so much, Ryan. Yeah, for sure. Care E. Sweet. Noted. Um, what goes up and never comes down? Age. Is that right? I got one for you, Leah. So I made a chicken salad. Um, turns out they don't like salad. I think I executed that wrong. Fresh blueberry waffles. Let's go, dude. Blueberry muffins are. Oh man, that's my jam right there. Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, Blondie, awesome. What night is next? I don't even know what day it is. Today's the first, though. Today's Saturday. Okay, so today is Saturday. So Saturday, Sunday. I don't know. maybe Monday or Tuesday. I can't remember. Monday or Tuesday, Blondie, we can go live again. Um, Mr. O laughing. Is this a dad joke? I am so sorry, Gina. Yes, it's terrible. It is so bad. I'm not proud. I'm not proud. I'm not happy. Um, LOL, bullhocked. Oh man. JO 5SWR6B. Oh, it's so bad. Not unless you can turn down some numbers around until you can't. Oh, okay. Okay. I so need sleep. Yes, yeah, go get some sleep. Yes, dad jokes. You know what? And honestly, I am such a big fan of dad jokes. I think they're the best things ever. Yep. That's just me. Um, so there's that. You would be 63, yeah. Uh, all right, guys. Well, if you guys have any questions about anything that you're, trying to work through or whatever, even anything, or just to talk about anything, feel free to reach out here on TikTok. I would love to talk to you. There's a handful of people who do here and there, and I always enjoy talking. But just as if you would like to, you don't have to. Not a big deal. I don't know everything, but maybe I could provide some kind of perspective. DJ Nick, actually, I sent you the book that I have been diving into lately. Oh, um, I was gonna tell you guys about my conversation with Paul. There's a guy on TikTok. His name is Paul, TikTok Theologic. His name is Paul Bach. He's really, really smart and intelligent and knows a lot about the Bible. And that's who I was talking to today. And we were just bouncing ideas off one another and having a good conversation. And I can't remember what I was going to tell you. Maybe I already said it. I don't remember. Yeah, we talked about that, but what was? Anyways, you guys should go look him up. He's really smart. Thank you, Jenny. Doing a birthday dinner. I don't know. Oh, well, maybe. Yeah, so after golf, I'll probably go play some golf and then maybe go out to eat. Isn't that crazy? Like, that's the plan. What a life. What a day to be alive. The lady asked him to check her balance, so he pushed her over. Oh, I really no, I'm okay, Jenny. It's all good. Yeah, thank you, Henry. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you, Jenny. I really hope you don't subject Sammy and your girls to these jokes. Chicken salad, sheesh. I do, but it's normally, like, like when you say like a terrible joke, it's normally the look that you give them that really, really takes it home. Like after you say it, something so stinking cheesy, and then you're just like, or just like, that's what really, that's what does it. Golf club sometime, Northern Ireland. Oh man, that would be so much fun. Thanks again. Now go get some sleep, birthday boy. I'll be here Monday or Tuesday. Yeah. Love it. Dad jokes are the best, right? Roger Bruce. That is what I'm talking about. I bet she loves it when you explain it too. What's funny about that is that I go so far above and beyond. And I'm like, so for example, like, why did the chicken cross the road? And then I'll say to get to the other side. And then I'll just keep elaborating. And I'm like, because he needed to get to the other side. And then she's like, I know. And then I'm like, no, but he had to get across the other side. And like, she's like looking at me, just staring daggers into my face at this point. And I'm like, I don't think you understand what I'm talking about here, Sammy. I was like, this chicken, and then I just keep on going, and it's all bad. So that's always fun to do. I am a child, guys. You have no idea. You guys have no idea. Please pray for my health, all failing organs. Wow, Jenny. Holy smokes. Yeah. Um, yeah. Vivian, yes, of course. Thanks for being here. It's really encouraging that you guys hang out, and I am sorry about that. And Jenny, I love golf, but can only play it on a video game, not physically. Hey, still counts. Uh, well, life is better when we laugh and have fun. That's true. I was on an event 2 months ago, so God save me now. Going, wow, that is crazy. It's so crazy to think about how fragile life is. Truly, like, I mean, you could drive to work today, you could drive home today, you could drive across the road today, and be standing before the Lord. It's crazy. How crazy. Um, that's right, Henry. Oh man, God is good all the time. That is right. Well, I appreciate you guys being here. Like I said before, there's a YouTube channel up in my TikTok profile. If you guys wanted to go check that out, subscribe over there, I'd appreciate it. Not a big deal if you don't want to. I'm not trying to push that on anybody. I'm just trying to get to 1,000 subscribers over there, because then I can go live on YouTube, and the YouTube will actually record the lives for me. That's the only reason. Like, after we get to 1,000, I'm gonna stop telling people about it, just because I'm not. I hate I hate trying to feel like I'm trying to push a product, because I'm not. Because YouTube will not record your lives until you have 1,000 subscribers, which I don't know why they do that, but that's why I like TikTok so much, because after I end the live, TikTok records and saves it, and then I can upload it to YouTube relatively painlessly. Actually, it's very painful. I tried to upload last night's session today, and I spent like 35 minutes trying to download the video, and it just wasn't downloading. I'm just like clicking, and I'm like, ah. So I'll try again another time, I suppose. Hello, Wireman. You can go live on Rumble too. Yeah, I'm not very fancy. I already got a TikTok. That's crazy enough. Yeah, no kidding, Jenny. I'm telling you what, it would be heartbreaking. That'd be pretty fun too. Happy birthday. Thank you, Leah. Okay, I am gonna get on out of here, guys. Thank you so much for hanging with me. It was a long study. Well, not abnormally long, but we went all over the place. And I actually wish I could hear some of your guys' thoughts on that Isaiah chapter 16 kind of whole thing, because that really has my mind wondering and thinking and trying to understand. There's so many different approaches there. So it's very challenging, but in a good way. All right, guys. You guys take care. Be safe. Tell somebody about Jesus, and maybe we'll go live again on Monday or Tuesday. But as I normally do, I normally put out a little TikTok story, which doesn't really reach anybody. I mean, there's only like 50 people who ever even see it. But hey, you might be one of those 50 people. So I try to let you guys know like 6 hours in advance or so. And I don't know why those TikTok stories don't really work, but that's all I got. All right, guys. You guys have a good night. Be safe. Tell somebody about Jesus. And yeah. See you guys.